feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could take.
Hello, my beautiful people. Hold on, let me back out. Okay, that's better. I wanted to back out and come back in again just in case I didn't sound right. Hello, everyone. I promise this is not going to be a long live. I just want to go over a few things, which is something that I knew was going to happen. And I'm really, really pissed about it. And then also, I guess I'm going to be looked up on Pacer. That's nice. So hello to everyone. How's everyone doing? Are you guys having a good day? Are you having a good Saturday? Technically Sunday. Let me say hi to everyone. Hey, Ginger Lee, Shelly Lynn, Felon, Billy Martin, Felon, Better with Irish, Angels Among Us, 95. How are you? Nikki, 38. Always good to see you. What's with the felons? Sweet Tea and Big E. How are you? Hey, Alberta and Stella. Sparkle. How are you, beautiful? Goose. How are you, pretty girl? Phoenix. Uds. Leah Griggs. Green thumbnail. So good to see you. Perez. Shelly. Nettie. Kit Kat. The Best Mama Bear. Susan YT Canada. Happy Life. Jay. Mommy. Oh my God, Manny behind the mic. Why did I say mommy? I'm sorry. I just said Mama Bear, so I think that's why. How are you, Manny? It's good to see you guys all here. Ruby Ruiz, it's so good to see you. So I promise this is not going to be long. I know my live streams are like 15 hours long, but I can't help it. I really genuinely enjoy spending time with you guys, but I don't want it to be that long today. So it's not going to be, I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible. Hey, is Magician's Banner in here? Falsehood Finder. Dang, hurry up. Hail the great Katie Joy. KJ is not going to like this tardiness at all. The queen of all queens and the most honest YouTube creators. Respect all who kiss the crown of Kate. Hey, Jen Stevens and Jen Bailey, Regina Savage, Anastasia, Shelly Belly, Magician's Manor. How are you? So good to see you. Pugs and Coffee. Leah, thank you so much for the super sticker, beautiful. I appreciate you. I love your long streams. I know, Shelly. I know. But I don't want to make it too long today. They can't always be long, you know what I mean? But 9 times out of 10, they're always going to be long for the most part. But so there's just a couple of things that I want to fill you guys in on. Hey, Nicole, me neither. Because it just seems like it's something new every day, but something to me is what I feel needs to be called out ASAP. So I'm going to call it out because that's how I roll. You guys know how I roll. First of all, I want to be very clear here. And shout out to Charlotte on the web for, trying to get, I didn't check my email today, so people may have emailed me. But I want to give a shout out to Charlotte on the web for noticing something and calling it to my attention, which I'm not sure of the whole story and who said what. Sorry, you guys, that's going to have to stay like that for a minute. But I am aware that I'm supposedly going to be checked on Pacer. So I want you guys to know something here. There is nothing in my life besides driving without a license that I'm worried about, for one. And for two, I don't care. I'm not afraid of you, KJ. Okay? Not saying you're watching this, but maybe I don't give a fuck. I'm not afraid of you. Good always prevails over evil. And if push comes to shove, I have the financial means to take care of what I need to take care of. So I am not ever going to be worried about somebody looking me up. I feel like as a creator, it's inevitable. It really is. You're always going to run into somebody like KJ who is going to do these types of things. She's done it to multiple people, a lot of people, and that's just part of her MO. And there's nothing about her that I am afraid of by any way, shape, or form. So don't worry about me in that way, but I do appreciate, you can warn me all you want, but just know I don't have anything to hide and I'm not afraid of anybody. And that's something that you always need to keep in mind. Good always prevails over evil. Okay, let's be real here. You can only get away with being evil so much before the shit blows up in your face. So I'm not saying that it's something that wouldn't bother me. Of course, it's going to bother me, but in the same sense, it's not something that I care about. And like I said, if push comes to shove and something dangerous happens, you guys know the rest. So I just wanted you guys to know that I am fully aware of her or somebody in her comment section, which I don't know if she said it. So this is all just allegedly. I don't know if she said it or if maybe somebody else in her comment section said it, but regardless, I'm not worried. Okay. Just to let you guys know. So I want to pull something up. Hold on. Let me fix my backdrop. I suck at my backdrop, you guys. Like, I'm not good at setting this thing up. Hopefully I fixed the damn thing. So there is something. Let's see how it looks now. Close. There we go. That's better. There is a few things that I want to discuss with you guys because I'm very I don't want to. I knew she was going to do this, so I'm not like. I'm just more upset for the people that are involved, but obviously something is happening here that we knew was going to happen, and I'm going to pull it up. Let's do it. You're going to hear silence for a second. If anybody has screenshots that might be important. Thank you, Goose. Yes, absolutely. If you do have any screenshots or anything, you can send them to me. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me pull something up. Okay, so I think you guys, the most important thing right now is to ignore KJ. But this is something important that I want to call her out on because I called it from the very beginning. And I think a lot of us did because I think we all knew that what KJ was trying to do from the very beginning is not from the very beginning, but once Miss Letitia and her family chose to part ways from KJ, we all knew that she was trying to get Dre's attention by trying to change the narrative because Katie wants to work close with somebody. That's the only way that she feels important, by working close with somebody. So once she started flipping the narrative, what is it that we all said, including myself as number one? She was trying to get Dre to somehow contact her or something because she's going too hard, and she's been going too hard for almost a month now with constant, overwhelming amount of posts on Facebook, so much that she has gotten monetized off of it, an overwhelming amount of live streams on Facebook because she's trying to appease to Dre. She's trying to get on Dre's good side. She's trying to make up every excuse. She's lying. She's trying to pretend as though she's the one who parted ways with the family when it's the other way around. Now, this video, I'm not going to show it, okay? But I've been aware of this video, okay? Because when Ms. Wynette and Marvin Sr., when they were able to see Marvin, when they were able to see him in the hospital, I think they took a video of it. And I wanted to make sure that a mutual party had always, not even that, I think the mutual party that does speak to Wynette, she needed to know and to be warned that because she chose to send Katie this video when they were in communications with each other, when Miss Wynette was in communications with Kitty Joy in the very beginning, they trusted her. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were talking to her and everything. So therefore, they trusted her to send her a video. And now that they are no longer in communication with KJ, she's been doing everything to try to discredit them, throwing them under the bus, bringing up past criminal records. We've all watched her do these horrible, evil things under the guise of she's a reporter and she has to report all sides, which is bullshit. You don't have to try to destroy a family, all because you, KJ, can't handle fucking rejection, okay? You wanted to work with the family. They didn't want to work with you. Boo-hoo, poor Katie. And now she's been doing whatever she can to discredit this family. But yet it's ironic to me how she always talks about how she stands up for Black Lives Matter, but you're so quick to throw Black people under the bus. You throw anybody under the bus. But some of the things that you have done have been very, very dangerous for this family. Okay, let's just put it that way, especially Miss Letitia. So when they gave her this video, of course, I felt like because they parted ways with her, me and someone else felt like, of course, they need to know there's always that chance that she could come out with this video. And lo and behold, here we are. And she came out with this video that was sent to her privately. Now, I want you guys to keep in mind that this video was sent to KJ privately. It wasn't sent to her publicly. They sent it to her when they were in communications with her in the beginning, and they trusted her. So I'm going to read this to you, but I'm not going to show the video, because I just don't think that it's fair to show this video. This video wasn't meant to be public. It was given to KJ. And of course, KJ is using this to try to appease Dre. And I have some things to say about it. So it says, this was 4 hours ago. In June, Wynette and Marvin Sr. Jackson visited Vaughn in the hospital. During their visit, they did not interact with Dre. One afternoon, Dre forgot her phone in the room. Wynette decided to film Dre's phone and cards left in Vaughn's room. Wynette sent me other videos which showed Vaughn and photos she took at his bedside, something the family criticized Dre for doing. The implication of the phone being left was that they were concerned that Dre was secretly recording them. This was used to help push the idea that Dre hurt Vaughn. I am sharing this now so people can see that videos were taken in the room by Vaughn's stepmother and biological father. I am sure this video was sent to numerous creators. While I understand Dre isn't speaking to anyone, I do think her admins or mods could help creators fill in details that are missing. I'm looking for someone from Dre's side that can help me with specific information about the story. I'm not here to interview Dre or take sides. There is a lot of misinformation out there, and if you can help clear some things up, if you can help clear up some of this, please DM me. Admins or mods for Dre. I know you are watching my lives and you're paying attention. I won't out you, but if you can offer clarity, that would be really helpful. Okay. And at the bottom, it is a video of Ms. Wynette and Marvin Sr. when they were there visiting, when Marvin Sr. was visiting his son. And they took video of it. And unfortunately, they trusted KJ with it. So right now, here's who I want to speak to right now. Okay. I want to speak to Dre. Let me tell you something, Dre. I have been, not saying that you're watching, but maybe you are, or maybe somebody will send this to you. I've been watching you for a long time. I learned a lot from you when it comes to makeup. I don't agree with the things that you've done and all the videos that are out there, but I will say this. If you reach out to KJ or have any of your admins or mods, whatever, reach out to KJ, you're a fool. Point blank, period. So let's debunk all of these things, okay? She said, Ms. Wynette sent me other videos which showed Vaughn and photos she took at his bedside, something the family criticized Dre for doing. Let's be clear here, KJ. They didn't film this publicly. They sent it to you privately. There's a difference. Dre was criticized because she was doing everything publicly. She was filming in the hospital. She was rubbing her saliva on him. Obviously, the proof is out there, multiple videos. However, Ms. Wynette and Marvin Sr. sent this to you privately. And for you to say that they may have sent this to other creators, how do you know if they sent it to other creators? And if they did, who's the one creator that made it fucking public? You, KJ. You. So, Dre, I'm going to tell you something right now, Slay with Dre McCray. If you think that you were to go to Katie or even her admins, if you were to go to Katie and share anything with her, and if you think you wouldn't be outed, take a look at Katie's Facebook, where every private message that she has had with an admin, a creator, Ms. Wynette, Ms. Letitia, has all been publicly blasted by KJ. So if you think that you're going to be any different than all of the other people that she's threw under the bus and put on blast, you need to do a lot of rethinking, okay? Because I'm trying to stop another disaster from happening. Another person that blindly supports or even gives a little bit of trust into KJ. And look at what happens when you do. Eventually, she's going to throw you under the bus like she has everyone else. And let's not forget, out of all the creators, including myself, who has critiqued Dre's videos, the only person who has called Dre a murderer is KJ. She wasn't misled. She watched the same damn videos as all the rest of us. And not one of us as creators would ever even insinuate, at least myself, would ever even insinuate that Slay with Dre McCray would take out her husband and put him in a coma. Maybe through other ways, but never, ever has any creator have ever, besides Katie, call Dre McCray the M word. Okay? There is a difference between sending something privately and doing it publicly. They sent, Ms. Wynette trusted Katie at this time, so they sent it to her privately. And now it is blasted on her Facebook as we speak because she's not credible. She's a piece of fucking shit. Okay? And she hurts anyone that crosses her path. Yes, she is a piece of shit for doing this. This video should not be public. It wasn't meant to be public. They trusted her. So now she's using this video to bribe Dre and her admins to contact her. But this is what we knew she was going to do, right? We knew that she was going to somehow or some way try to get Andre's good side. That's why she keeps making up excuses. She keeps saying, I was misled. No, KJ, you weren't misled. You weren't misled. You got the same information and put out the same information as everyone else. As we speak, and I will continue to say, there is audio right now on her channel that's on nobody else's channel. Okay? So, you keep stirring the pot, and I do think that it should be ignored. But when it comes to something like this, and you're putting this video out there, and it's very clear that you're trying to appease Dre and get on Dre's good side after everything that you've done, Katie, like I said, if anybody that has anything to do with Dre, or even Dre herself, talk to this woman, you're a fool. All you got to do is look on her Facebook. You will not, okay? There is nothing private with this woman. Anything that you send her, even if you tell her you want to remain anonymous, she will blast you, and she will put your private messages out there for her own benefit and financial gain. She has been working overtime to try to convince everyone that things weren't what they seemed, and she was misled, and all of these things that don't add up. So ultimately, what I'm saying is that do not reach out to her if you know what's good for you, because she is a horrible person and nothing is private with her. Nothing. She throws rocks and hides her hands. But she's throwing rocks from a glass house. Exactly. She is coming on panel tomorrow for my creator summit. Yep. CC said today that KJ is garbage. Well, she is. Nothing about her is, if you're going to reach out to her creator, Dre, if that's on your mind and you want to reach out to a creator, reach out to a creator that's credible. Reach out to a creator that doesn't just put out private messages and throws people onto the bus and put people's lives in danger. And need I remind you that the first person to dox your address was Katie. She's the one who doxed your address when she put out the police report. She has doxed everybody that's involved with this story, period. I'm trying to say that there is no reason to talk to a vile, nasty person like this. Save yourself and disregard anything that she says as far as reach out to me. I would really like to talk to an admin to feel, because you've been working overtime and then it's like, woo, this video, here's the bang. Here's where I'm going to get them. But you don't have any kind of common sense, Katie, and your lack of intelligence is quite comical, because literally reading this whole thing, it's very blatant what you're trying to do. And at the end of the day, these were sent privately, not publicly. Now, as you can see, her whole Facebook is filled with Molly once again. And that's all it is. It's filled with Molly. That's it. Molly's husband screams at her subscribers and tells them if they are watching this live, they need to reevaluate their lives. Really?
JAG attorneys. And the woman stuck her head.
No, you didn't. No, the JAG attorneys were involved. You're not in the military.
But don't you remember that woman stuck her head out? And she said, "Oh, we can't prove that she did it or she didn't." Do you remember when she said that?
Okay.
She said 10 hours of community services, free child diversity.
Why do you get community service if you're not guilty? Hey, Walter.
Did not go through a trial.
Why do you get community service if you were innocent, Molly? Marissa? Who gets community service if they're innocent?
It was a $5.
I'm starting to get annoyed here.
She lies constantly. Say your wife straight.
I'm going to tell you guys right now the whole purpose of that live stream. I think Molly is still alive, but he wasn't talking to her audience. He was talking to the lady on the panel. And that just shows you how Katie flips everything. He wasn't talking to her audience. Molly's husband was talking to the lady on the panel. That just shows you right there. That's all she does is lie. She's the biggest liar I have ever seen here on YouTube. Yes, Katie, you are. Now, I don't know what's happening with these former admins, but what I will tell you is that there are some admins that Katie's now talking to, and of course, she's flipping and twisting the narrative, all of this stupid shit. And I just don't see any reason why it should be addressed. I think she should be ignored, but I feel like that post where she's trying to talk to Dre and try to talk to her admins, I'm telling you right now, not saying Dre's listening, but if you were, if you ever have, if your admins are listening right now, don't do it. She is the last person that you would ever want to have any contact with. Contact a creator that's more mutual. Contact a creator that doesn't have a problematic past. How are you going to sit there and say, I won't tell anybody if you contact me and I'll keep it to myself? All you got to do is look at her Facebook and see how much she keeps things to herself. Go on her YouTube and see how she's the one who only has audio of Dre and Vaughn arguing. She does. She wants Dre subs. It's very obvious. Very obvious. Okay, hold on one second here. And there's one live stream that I wanted to address that I couldn't address yesterday. Okay.
Is that better?
What you go on live so much for, Katie? Why do you have to go live so much? You act like people really want to see you. They don't.
I don't have a lot of time to talk here. Like at all. But I just finished putting my son to bed. And I just want to say something real quick. A lot of times when it comes to these kind of stories, I feel like whenever you start showing kind of like the truth of what's been happening behind the scenes, the people that have been supporting aside and ignoring.
Why is she doing that? With her spit? Like, what are you putting spit on your face for?
And everything will start telling me, like, stop, move on. Because they don't have a response to the truth. They don't have a response to what they're seeing. So instead it's stop, your problem, it's your fault. When it's in really black and white, truly in black and white, what's happening. There's an admin that was a part of their group under a sock account, and that admin got no transparency from people, and she left the groups and has been handing over like everything to another creator, so people kind of understand like what's happening. Let me see if I can. I'm trying to like do this. I don't have time. I want to go to bed. Okay. So there's an admin that's been kind of like handing over all their screenshots to another creator called Nonsense, and then Nonsense will send them over to me. And no, Nonsense and I are not the same person. We don't.
You are Nonsense, Katie. literally, and you are that channel. So you can quit lying about that, because I know that you are that channel nonsense. It's how coincidental is it, which I'm a conspiracy theorist, so I don't believe in coincidences. How coincidental is it that you, all of a sudden, there's a channel that's in defense of you and in defense of everything that you're saying? No, that's you. Okay? Because you just could not stand alone. So you had to go and pretend that somebody else made that channel, but that channel is you, in my opinion. So you can quit lying about that, you liar. That's all you do is lie. You are the biggest liar here on YouTube. You're the biggest. You can hear your voice. Exactly. You can hear all of the evilness and the just whatever. You're just, no, you're lying. You're that channel. So quit lying. Nobody would be in defense of you unless you had to do it yourself, to defend yourself, to pretend like you're another channel. That's what you're doing. You're the biggest liar I've ever seen here on YouTube.
I definitely don't have time for a second channel or any sort of second social media. There are days that I hardly have time for my platforms. It's hard enough for me to get on to all the various platforms. Like, I didn't even put anything on YouTube today. So anyways, whenever stuff starts coming out like this, the response is, you're a liar, you don't stop.
That's because you're a liar. And I will keep saying you're a liar. You're a liar. You're deceiving. You're conniving. You're manipulative. And you have literally been doing the most, reaching, being overly obsessive, not only with Molly, but with trying to flip the narrative on this case and trying to get other people to follow you. And it's not happening because everyone knows the reasons why you're doing it. Because I can tell you right now, Dre McCray and your admins, if you're watching, she wouldn't give a damn about you if she was still standing next to Letitia. Ms. Letitia she chose to part ways with her. So because she chose to part ways, this is what she's doing now. Trying to get on Dre's good side and pretend like she was misled, like she's just this naive creator that's just got totally misled. No, that's not it. So I'm telling you right now, cut the bullshit.
I'm tired of the story. You're the messy one. Or you get like the trolls that want to promote their own channels, so they direct you to their own exposed channels of me. People start making exposed videos about me, which are boring and tired. The trolls that get involved in these cases end up running to other creators and say, Katie's the bad person, she's the one that's doing everything wrong.
Well, that's because you are the bad person. Okay. All you have to do is look at how many lawsuits that she's had. Look at all the horrible things that she said about Tati. Look at how she's treated every creator that she's collabed with up until this day. Her actions speak for themselves. Thank you, Doggy Lover. Her actions speak for themselves, and her actions are loud and clear. You know how actions speak louder than words? Well, Katie's actions are very loud and clear here. She's been doing the most and doing all this extra shit. You are the messy one. All of these creators that have these exposed channels about you, they're actually not boring. They're very interesting, because it's very interesting to see a creator that is as toxic and as evil as you. And the crazy thing is, it happens right in front of your face. This is not just a creator coming on her channel and talking about you. Creators are actually using your words against you. And I will constantly say that because it's the truth. No one's making things up about you. Literally, it's your own words. The things that you've said, it's out there. That's your fault. No one else is.
Listen, like I did not do everything right in this story. I made a lot of mistakes. I trusted wrong people and I trusted wrong information.
No, actually, the people who chose to talk to you, they trusted you wrongfully. They made a mistake. They're not a part of YouTube, so they don't know anything about you. So they looked and tried to give you the benefit of the doubt. And you continue to prove everyone right about what they say about you. You could have still continued to talk about this story. And if you wanted to change your narrative and be on Dre's side, you could have. But you just couldn't take the fact that someone else was talking to the parents. It's like you put claims over them, like you owned them or something. It was absolutely ridiculous. And now all of a sudden you're coming out with all of these stories. What else do you have left to put out there, Katie? I'm going to guess nothing. I'm going to guess you don't have anything else. This video that you just put out that Ms. Wynette sent to you in private, in confidence, that was your big blow probably in your head. And that's what you looked at like, Drea will contact me now. I think she sees how much I'm fighting for her. Like, you really probably think like that in your head. She sees how much I'm fighting for her. She sees how I'm trying to get people to understand and see that I think that she's innocent, which really, I don't think you really think that. But you're only saying that to hurt Miss Letitia and her family. Do I think you should be ignored by them? Absolutely. But when it comes to you doing the things that you're doing, that's what I do on my channel. You're not going to get away with this. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because you may be an atheist and you don't believe in karma, but just because you don't believe in it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. You cannot go around hurting people the way that you do, Katie, and then think, nothing's going to happen to me. That's not the way it works.
And the people are like, oh, you said Dre is a murderer. Well, based on the information I was given, that's how they made me feel. They literally flat out.
Is that so, Katie? Because I got the same information that you got. I got the same videos that you got. We all did. Nobody else called her a murderer. How come you did? Why did you call her a murderer? Because you want to sensationalize things and take things to this level and take things to that level, and you like to fabricate. And you were the very first creator and only creator that accused Dre of murdering her husband. And you can take that back all you want to, but it doesn't matter. You still said it. And somebody like you don't get to get forgiven for that. You don't deserve to be forgiven for that. Okay? Not after all the shady things that you continuously do to hurt the family, to hurt even Dre for that matter. You literally were the first person to lie and say that you had information about Dre and her kids in CPS and that she had 10 days to comply with something. And you're the only one who said that. She had 10 days to comply with CPS or the children were going to get taken. Who said that, Katie? You did, didn't you? You said that. So what does that mean? That means that you don't get to just get rid of the things that you said with the snap of your fingers, especially when you continue to defame and lie and drag people and throw them under the bus and make them feel like they're these horrible people. You don't get to do that and then people just forget about what you've done. No, that's not how it works. Now, if you were doing right and went on ahead about your merry own little way, then maybe things would be different. But you did call her a murderer. You did. And you deserve to be called out for it every single time because you are supposed to be a reporter. Everyone else got the same information as you, but no one has called her a murderer except you. And if I was Dre, I would stay far, far away from you. Dre hasn't spoken to anybody. What the hell makes you think that she wants to speak to you? The woman who claims to be a reporter that called falsely accused Dre of murder. No, it doesn't work like that.
Told me, you have Wynette telling me, this is, I don't know if she's ever said this publicly, but I'll just tell you what she told me. She told me that she went into the room where Vaughn was and she asked him, and you just have to understand, like, this is kind of manipulative. She told me, well, I asked Vaughn if anything bad happened to him, and I told him to blink his eyes if someone did this to him. And he blinked his eyes. And I tried to explain to her, like, well, doesn't have brain activity, so he can't really hear you. But she was like adamant that he could hear her. And so she and Marvon Sr. became convinced that because Vaughn blinked his eyes, that was why Dre did this. There was no other reason other than she wouldn't answer their questions and tell them what happened. But Dre had no previous relationship with these people and really had no reason to share information with them. And
your desperation is pretty pathetic, Katie, the things that you're saying. So are you trying to basically say blatantly that Ms. Wynette manipulated you into thinking that because Vaughn blinked his eyes when she asked that question, that you believed her? You believed Ms. Wynette when she said that. Little Miss, he has no chance. He has no brain activity. There's no chance for him. There's no hope. You said that. So you're telling me that you believed her when she said that to you? You're basically saying Ms. Wynette manipulated you, right? You know, when you roll your eyes up in the air and you do these pauses and you say, and you can't really focus on the camera, do you understand how much it's so apparent that you're lying? Like, it's almost as if you can't hide that. You will do anything to change the narrative, but you are the one who kept saying that there was no chance for Vaughn. So if Ms. Wynette said that to you, why would you believe her? You didn't. Nobody manipulated you into anything. You're basically trying to say people manipulated you into thinking that Dre was the M word. No, you said that all on your own by watching videos. You were having discussions with your supporters in the comment sections, and that's what you said. You can't take it back. You're trying so hard to get Dre to see that you are very genuine, but you're not genuine. You're conniving little brat. Let's just say brat, okay? You're conniving. And I can see straight through it, and so can everybody else. Nice try, though. Nobody manipulated you, sweetheart. You were the first person shouting from the rooftops, there's no chance for Vaughn. Now, all of a sudden, somebody tells you something and you believe it, right? Somebody manipulated you into thinking that Dre was like this. No, you literally seen the same information as everyone else. And what you did was lie and make up things just like you always do. And you're the first person to jump the gun and say something so serious as accusing somebody of the M word. That's you. Just like you lied and said that you were in some kind of contact with CPS And everybody's like, wait a minute, how could you be in contact with somebody from CPS? And then you tried to change it around and change your wordings. You're pathetic, Katie. I just want you to know that.
And given Marvon Sr.'s current situation where he is not incarcerated, but he was in a program related to aggravated stalking, probably had some cause for concern because he had a charge in 2017 where he cut someone with a box cutter and they had to be like hospitalized, and he's been violent against his wife. And then they have their feelings about Dre, right? So she might have had some feelings about that. And then you have to like put yourself in Dre's position and be like, okay, what really made me stop and think, you guys, and I just have to be totally honest about this, is what made me stop and think was, if I was the mother.
Hey guys, I'm on set for DSW, and I wanted you guys to see these amazing pair of shoes I have on right now. We're ready to go. Let's go.
I was in the position that Letitia was in, and I knew there was a choice between cutting out all the bullshit online, stopping the mobs from reporting my daughter-in-law, whether it's my, daughter-in-law because I'm daughter-in-law, like, I don't even know, like, she's the biological mother. So I guess I don't know how you qualify that, like, because she's not the legal mother, even though she is the biological mother. We'll just call her the daughter-in-law. So I could calm things down by simply just walking away from the situation and stop asking for donations. And if I just stopped the threats against my daughter-in-law and stopped the innuendo against her, I could see my son. And you had people like in the background, like Wynette, telling her to cut it out and go see your son. You can go see him. You can just cut this shit out. And
so now you're trying to cause trouble between Ms. Wynette and Ms. Letitia, right? Is that what you're trying to do now? You literally are one of the most evil people that I've ever encountered here on YouTube. What does that have to do with anything? So basically you're saying that Ms. Letitia had a chance to go see Vaughn. Is that what you're saying? Well, how come is it that Ms. Letitia was there and she couldn't see him? You know the story, KJ. But of course, you're lying and flipping the narrative to continue to perpetuate your agenda.
I thought, what mother in this situation would rile up the internet and start a hate campaign tirade against their daughter-in-law, and knowing that they're going to take legal action, but they're creating like a hate campaign against the daughter-in-law, inciting them to believe that she's an attempted murderer, which I falsely believed for a minute there. And
no one incited anything. As a matter of fact, you didn't falsely believe anything, KJ. You said it, and you stood by it too. But here's the thing, you little conniving witch, okay? You are the one who started the entire thing. When Ms. Letitia came on the internet, all it was, she had to come to the internet. You want to know why? Because she didn't find out what happened to her son any other way but on the internet. And she has a right to defend herself on the internet, just like everyone else does. She never has defended herself on the internet, even when she was talked about in the past. Right? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But she never talked about anything on the internet until she really didn't have a choice. She has a right to defend herself on the internet, just like everyone else, just like you, Katie, just like I, just like everyone. Nobody was leading anyone. Nobody was inciting anything. The only person that's inciting hate right now, Katie, is you. That's the only person. When in reality, this has nothing to do with you, but you continue to want to leave yourself inserted in this story. And you're completely irrelevant. You don't have anything to do with this story at this point. But you keep saying things and you keep putting out things and private messages, things that were sent to you in confidence, and you keep putting them out because you want to keep yourself inserted in this story. Why? Because you want to talk to Dre now. Because at the end of the day, nobody wants anything to do with you, and you want to find a way to keep yourself inserted in this story. So now it's time to shift all of the blame, like you've been doing for months, this whole campaign, this hate campaign against Miss Letitia, this hate campaign against her family. You want to continue to do that because you think that's going to make Dre feel happy and validated because of you. Why? Because you are the end all be all, and what you say is right and nobody else. You're the only person that's right in this situation. You're the only person that has excuses for everything that you have done thus far. But let me ask you a question. The videos that you made about Dre, are they still on your channel? We'll check that in a minute. I'm sure they are, because this is all about money with you. That's why you're so salty. That's why you're so jealous of Molly. That's why you keep talking about how much money Molly makes, how much money Letitia makes, because at the end of the day, you looked at this story like it was your cash cow. You looked at this story like this was going to change your status from, I don't know what you thought it was going to do for you, because it wasn't going to do shit anyway. People still think you're a nasty, vile piece of crap regardless. Now, I don't like saying those things about people. And it takes a lot for me to say those things about people. But because of all of the evil things that you continue to do, I can't help but call you anything but that. And it's very, very obvious that you're lying. That's why you keep pausing. That's why you keep looking down. That is a classic sign of somebody lying and just trying to make up stories as they go. You're the one who gets to have an excuse as to why you did the things that you did, right? You were misled in some way. No, you were never misled. Everything about you, KJ, is a lie. Everything.
How does that help her see him? It only is giving her power on the internet, but it's not helping her see him. And I remember my first conversation on the phone with Wynette, and she said to me, like, she was never banned. She said, we went there and Dre tried to stop us, and the VA hospital told her that she couldn't stop us. And Wynette told me that they all met and had a family meeting before they drove across the country. So basically the way that Wynette explained it to me was right before they were about to leave, they find out about Vaughn being in the hospital. He's in rehab. Now, Wynette was not honest with me about why he was in rehab at all. But she says they sit down and they have a family meeting and they say, okay, let's go. And Letitia had a story that she couldn't go. And apparently, like, Marvin and Wynette say to her, like, well, nothing's going to stop us. Like, apparently Dad says, nothing's going to stop me from seeing my son. If it's the difference between me picking up a charge in order to see him versus not seeing him and him potentially dying, I'm going to go. Like, he was willing to risk whatever he needed to risk to see him. Letitia was not. And Wynette said that she changed her, this is what she alleged to me, that she changed her story. Like, first it was that there was a protective order against her, and then it was that she had a warrant. And then I was like, well, what was it? Did she have a warrant or did she have a protective order? And she's like, I don't know. The story kept changing. And I said, well, could Letitia have gone? And she said, yes, we offered a driver. So I don't know why she's over here on the internet saying that she couldn't go. Like, we would have driven her. And when the day that Letitia started the GoFundMe.
Do you have proof of that, KJ? For one, regardless of anything, even if they were willing to drive her, what if she couldn't go at that time? Miss Letitia works. Even if this story was true, which I don't believe you for 1 second, but even if this story was true, Miss Letitia works. So therefore, she went up there once. If she couldn't go up there, she couldn't go up there. But you're leaving out the fact that Dre moved Vaughn to 2 or 3 different hospitals. Allegedly, I'm pretty sure, I don't know the exact number, but she moved him. Why do you think she moved him? And even when she talked to Dre, Dre did tell Miss Letitia she could see him, but then she told him the only way, we all know because you're the one who posted a video about it on your YouTube. She gave Miss Letitia an ultimatum, and she told Miss Letitia, you need to make everything right. You've endangered my life, blah, 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 blah. If you take all of that stuff back and retract your words publicly, then you can see Vaughn. Well, guess what? Miss Letitia shouldn't have to retract shit to see her own son. You already know how it goes. Do you think people just forgot about what happened and how this whole thing played out? You are so full of shit. That's not how it went. Hold on. These comments, hold on, let me, for those who are aware of Ms. Juanette's mother, please wait to talk about it. Thank you. Okay. Yes, please wait to talk about that. She may not want anybody to know. Or she may not want to see it publicly yet, maybe. But all you're doing is just making up things as you go at this point, because that's not the way it went down. And you're trying to cause trouble between Ms. Letitia and Ms. Juanette. All you're trying to do is divide and conquer, Katie. That's all you're doing. And I just hope that people would see that. Just like you're in Unirock's chat. Oh, yeah. I got screenshots of you in Unirock's chat, giving him super chats, cheering him on. You're just so happy that you have one person that's willing to do videos to side with you. But Unirock, I'm sorry, doesn't have any more credibility than you do. So do you really think the people are going to take his word for it? Somebody who just now started talking about this? Literally just started talking about this, compared to people who've been talking about this from the very beginning. It's wrong for this video to be out there. That's why I'm not going to play the video. They sent that to her privately in confidence, and unfortunately, I knew she would have came out with it. I was hoping she wouldn't, but there's no hope for KJ. Sorry.
They were in Tucson visiting him. And I said to her, she doesn't even know if Letitia went there the first time. Like, when I said in early July, she didn't know that Letitia actually went there. And I don't know if she did either. I mean, Letitia says that she went twice, so I'm going to just have to say, like, that's the truth. But Lynette was not convinced that she went twice. And Letitia got really mad at Lynette for speaking to me. But all of the information that Letitia was giving to Molly about Vaughn and Vaughn's situation literally came from Marvon Sr. because he and Lynette were there for like 5 days. And she's like, she could have gone there with us. We offered a driver. We offered, like, we tried to like calm down her fears about going. Like, we told her that all this shit wasn't worth it. Like, she just needed to go see Vaughn. and she wasn't willing to go. So that was like right off the bat. And I'm like, well, if she could have gone, why didn't she go? And they said, because she kept having reasons why she couldn't go. And then it was turned into Dre's preventing them from going. But when they were in the VA hospital, she couldn't prevent them from seeing him. So she could have gone. And even at the facility that he's at today, she can't like prevent anyone from seeing him because he can have visitors.
How do you know that, KJ? How do you know that? How do you know that she can't prevent anyone? Then if that's the case, why was she moving him? She's moved him a few times. That's what I'm talking about. That all you do is lie. Every word that's coming out of your mouth is a lie. You are doing everything to discredit this woman, and it's actually ridiculous. She moved him how many times? You don't know that she's letting that anyone can go there and see him. You don't know that because you don't talk to Dre. You don't talk to Miss Letitia anymore. You don't talk to anybody. So how do you know if anyone can go there and see him? Not every hospital has the same rules. Period.
All Dre asked of Letitia was, if you stop this, what's happening online, you can see your son. And she was.
Do you know how much of a fucking idiot you sound like, Katie? Do you have any idea how stupid you sound right now? How is Miss Letitia going to stop people from having their own brain and seeing things for what they are? How is Miss Letitia going to stop people from posting? Does Miss Letitia have so much power that she can stop the internet from talking about Dre? Oh my God. The internet was talking about Dre even before Miss Letitia started talking. People were doing videos about Dre on TikTok. People were creating groups. So how is Ms. Letitia going to be able to stop that? That's a pretty high expectation to set on someone. You can't control the internet, and you know it. You sound stupid, just to let you know.
Unwilling to do that. And at every turn, there was people online that were telling her not to bend to Dre. When in reality, had she just stopped?
Stopped what? In reality, KJ, stopped what? Nobody was telling Ms. Letitia to do anything, to be honest. You're acting as though Ms. Letitia doesn't have her own mind, that she's not an intelligent woman that can make her own decisions. But now that you mention it, people telling Ms. Letitia that she shouldn't do what Dre wants her to do, I'm pretty sure you were one of those people. You were the person who was sitting there saying Dre was blackmailing Ms. Letitia. And if you were Ms. Letitia, you would not comply to her demands. That's exactly what you said. Maybe not in that order, but that's what you said. You sound stupid. You sound like an idiot. You sound like the biggest idiot I've ever listened to. You are the ones who said, everybody said that, but that doesn't mean Ms. Letitia listened to everyone. She made her own decision. Thank you for the super chat, Roxy. Love you. I appreciate you, sweetie. Thank you so much. You're the one who said, oh my gosh, if I was Ms. Letitia, I would not respond to her. Ms. Letitia shouldn't have to do anything. This is Dre's fault. But now it's, well, Ms. Letitia should have just stopped. What do you mean stopped? Ms. Letitia really has been pretty quiet The only thing that she has done is defend herself, which she has every right to do. But you're not going to talk about Dre's video of her blasting and throwing Miss Letitia under the bus, not even calling her Vaughn's mom. You're not going to talk about that though, right? And you're doing all of this and going the extra mile, and now we see why. Because now you want to get close to one of Dre's admins. You want to get close to one of Dre's mods, or if not, obviously Dre herself. And I'm telling you, please stay away from this woman. I don't care who you are. When it comes to this story, stay away from her, because I'm telling you right now, anything that you give her will be public. Nothing is anonymous with this woman. Nothing is private with this woman. Everything that she does is malicious and with malicious intent. So, if you want to remain anonymous, you better go to somebody else, because this woman is the last person that anyone should ever collab with, associate with, align with, be friends with, talk with. Nothing. Because she will screw you over in the end.
This whole thing wouldn't have escalated to what it was. Because here we are a month later, and Dre has not been arrested for anything. Vaughn has no brain activity. He's been in a coma for almost 3 months now. And the longer he's in a coma, the less likely he is to ever come out of it. He didn't have a blunt force trauma injury. He had an anoxic injury, and it's a severe one. Like, he has brainstem activity, but that's it. Like, the conscious brain is gone. He has no awareness.
Are you a doctor, KJ, now? So now you're a doctor, counselor, reporter, teacher, fucking scientist, attorney. You haven't even spoken to Ms. Letitia's. You haven't spoken to Vaughn's doctors. So how do you know? Have you looked at his medical records? Dre is the only one who knows what's going on with him medically. So how do you know? How do you know that his conscious brain isn't working and this part of the brain isn't working? Okay? How do you know that if you haven't spoken to his doctor? So now you're making these claims and you have no fucking idea if it's true or if it's not true. But you are a master at that, right? You're good at that. You're good at making accusations and lying on people, throwing them under the bus, all that shit. You haven't spoken to his doctor, so you don't know. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Lynette. I appreciate you, sweetie. And somebody else gave me a super sticker. Thank you so much, Jersey. Thank you. I appreciate you. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Yes, please stay away from her channel. I promise you, you won't regret listening to other people. Just take their word for it. Like, she's just a horrible person. But you're sitting here talking about Vaughn medically, and you haven't even spoken to his doctor. So how do you know? No one else knows except for Dre. But I guess you know that, right?
At all. And Dre said that publicly a million times. And so I can understand, like, I try to, like, put myself in their shoes and, like, okay, it's got to be super, super hard to get that kind of information. And there's probably a level of denial. And they were so mad at Dre making money about the whole thing, right? Monetizing it. But then they turned it into their own way of monetizing. And so that was another part where I was like, well, this is super hypocritical.
What the hell are you talking about? Who was mad at Dre making money? I don't know anybody who was mad at Dre making money. Welcome to the Glam Fam, Carla. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you, sweetie. Welcome. What are you talking about, KJ? I have no idea what you're talking about. What you're like, tongue tied here. That nothing you're saying is making any sense. You're delusional at this point, in my opinion. Nobody cared that Dre was making money. That wasn't the case. We're all fully aware that Dre makes good money. You know what I'm saying? She has a huge following on Facebook, and Instagram, and she even has a good following here on YouTube. And she makes money with paparazzi, and she's one of the top sellers. The only one who was really talking about Dre making money, in my opinion, was you, KJ. You were talking about how much money she was making. And that's why you want Dre's subscribers so bad. You want her following, but nobody is going to be blind enough
But
to
then
follow you.
You have admins now from these groups flat out showing you guys, putting this out because they want you guys to see the truth.
Not because I'm trying to expose them.
Okay, I don't know what admins are doing what, nor do I care. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to listen to admins that literally had private messages with other people and they're giving them all to you. If they're giving them all to you, I wouldn't believe anything that they say, because obviously their judgment of character is just far reach. Is it NY Ditterbug? NY Ditterbug? Welcome to the Glam Fam. Thank you for becoming a member. Admins had nothing to do with any of this, in my opinion. I agree, justice for all. Welcome to the Glam Fam. I don't know what admin she's talking about, but to me, I think it's irrelevant. If any admin is all of a sudden just releasing private messages, I don't think I would listen to that admin, because what is their motive for releasing private messages? What's their motive for that? I don't understand it.
I haven't even spoken to this admin.
This admin is speaking to Nonsense, who is not me. I'm not Nonsense. Nonsense is like totally like, they just want the truth. Like,
she's lying. That's a lie. Oh my gosh. Welcome to the Glam Fam, Lily Marie. Thank you so much for becoming a member. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. I'm like blushing over here because I don't have many members. So thank you. Love you. You are doing Val's job and staying so calm and just stating facts. She hates people reacting factual and calm, in my opinion. Thank you, Vicky. Like, even when Lord Jesus. Like, it shows her obsession. Like her upset, like with Molly, even the fact, how do you know what kind of car Molly, like you say that you don't watch her, right? You don't watch her. Other people watch her. So other people gave you information of a car that she got for her son. And somehow that coincides with the fun. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Excuse me. Molly has a YouTube. She works. Okay. You can't really look at YouTube as work, but actually, yes, you can. You know what I'm saying? You can have a good income on YouTube. And her husband works. What does that have to do with the fundraiser? It doesn't. You're disgusting. Like, you're stalking her so much to a point where you know what kind of car that she's getting for her child. The problem is, KJ, nobody gives a fuck about you.
They don't have an agenda. They don't care if, like me, like I'm not pro Dre. I'm not pro anyone. I'm just like pro get this shit figured out. And I'm just trying to like now figure out what happened and how it got to this point. And people just want to ignore the fact that like there's, in Letitia's own words, I'm going to stop them from talking to anyone. Probably because because Wynette and Marvon Sr. could tell people, well, she could have gone, and that's going to affect donations. And then they're telling admins are saying, I'm not going to put this out because I don't want to take.
Again, that's not true. And I want to be clear here with you guys. Look at all these ads popping up on Facebook. All of these ads, every single one she gets paid for. But yet she can talk about other people and their AdSense and the money that they make. But she doesn't want anybody talking about her and the money that she's making right now talking about this.
Boy, donations from Letitia. Not honestly telling you that there's little to no chance for them to ever get what they want. Not telling you that Marvon Sr. could never get any sort of rights to his son because of his criminal history. And I'm not trying to bring up his criminal history to shame him, but the facts are he has violent criminal history. And when you have a violent...
Well, in my opinion, KJ, you have a violent criminal history as well. You want to know why? Because you got behind a wheel while you were intoxicated at the age of 25 when you should know better, and you could have hurt yourself and others. So you are no more innocent than anyone else. You have a very, very bad history as well. I don't care if it only happened once. It only takes one time. It only takes one time when you get behind a wheel when you're drinking. And that's why you got a DUI. So every single time you bring up somebody else's past, this is what I'm going to bring up about you. And your past is you got behind a wheel intoxicated. And because you were intoxicated, you could have hurt so many people. So many people. Welcome to the Glam Fam, Roxy. Welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you. You literally got behind a wheel, intoxicated. You used the excuse that you were only 23, 24. I don't care how old you were, especially at that age where you should know better. Anything could happen while you were behind that wheel. So don't talk about other people's past if you don't want yours being brought up.
Criminal history, they're not going to give you guardianship. They're not going to let you take him home, especially with it given that it all relates to doing this to people in his own family. So all of that was left from the public intentionally, including not letting you guys know how much money was being raised. You have admins going to Molly and asking her, should we tell people how much money has been raised? It's pretty typical.
Molly. But here's the thing, KJ. Nobody cares about their criminal past because it's in the past except for you. His criminal past has nothing to do with him going to see Vaughn or anything like that. Nobody cares about that. The only person who is scummy and trashy enough to go bring up somebody's criminal past is you. The reason why nobody was transparent about that is because nobody cares. It has nothing to do with this story, period. And who in the hell said that Marvin Sr. was going to take him home? Nobody said that except for you. And you're only saying that to use that as an excuse to bring up his criminal past. That's it. But yet you're the person who got behind a wheel intoxicated. Like, really. That is probably one of the most horrible things that you could do. And you were old enough to know better, but you did it anyway.
On fundraising, that you would tell people how much money is being raised so they know if the fundraising goal has been met. But there was never like a goal. And because there was so many platforms taking money from Zelle to Cash App to whatever, PayPal to GoFundMe, there was no way and no running tally. And people didn't know what they were donating for. So you have someone like Judy who doesn't get a refund but is satisfied, right, with what she paid for. That wasn't why I got a refund. My refund was because I was lied to about the entire situation.
No, your refund was because you thought Ms. Letitia could be bought and she can't be bought. Your refund is because you asked Ms. Letitia for a refund because she didn't want anything to do with you anymore. And because she didn't want anything to do with you, you took your money back to punish her. That's why you got a refund. And the majority of people who are asking for refunds is because you, KJ, are inciting hate and chaos. What you've been doing since the day Ms. Letitia and her family chose to part ways with you. You are the one who is responsible for all this chaos and nobody else. You are the one who's doing post after post, live stream after live stream on your Facebook, talking about this situation, hoping that you can change the public's mind and change the court of public opinion when it's not working in your favor. So now you're doing whatever you can to get on Dre's good side, right? And making up all kinds of excuses. People who donated did know what they were donating for. Everyone knows what they were donating for. And people donated for their own reasons. Nobody forced anybody to donate. People donated on their own free will because they wanted to help a mother who was being kept away from her son.
A lot of people are worried about, like, was there even a lawyer? There very well could have been a lawyer. And I'm not doubting that there might have been a lawyer involved at one point in time. My point was the entire premise of getting me to donate.
Always knew you, even when I didn't know you. Don't make sense, but it do. I was on my way to you.
It was based upon a falsehood. So you have Letitia intentionally trying to interfere.
There is an attorney, okay? And that's slander because you don't know anything about the situation because you don't talk to anybody anymore. So therefore, you're literally just making up lies, and that's slander, in my opinion. How is Katie bashing anyone about a GoFundMe when Katie herself just put her own GoFundMe trying to raise $10K for a lawyer for haters? Shaking my head. She raised $700, then took it down and deleted it off her Facebook. Wow, I did not know about that. And if she did, that's crazy. Majority of my fam has passed away, and recently too. It's hard to talk about. You don't want to come off as negative Nancy by talking about it all the time. I know what you're going through. If you're using your real name, please consider changing it so evil people on YouTube don't dox you at some point. You can go into your account and change your name. Please do it. Yes, it's definitely something that you want to consider. It's completely up to you, but you just never know what type of person she is. But a lot of majority of these people in this chat know how KJ is for the most part. And I think it's more about the people who spread awareness about her with a platform. I think those are the most people who have to be worried. But that's totally up to you. Katie Joy tried to do a GFM to raise $10,000 to fight my response to her false TRO against me. That is a fact. I believe that's a fact. I'm sure it is. Okay, thank you for the email, you guys. I appreciate you guys. Okay, let's continue.
With the father who actually visited Vaughn from speaking publicly with me, and then Molly telling people not to speak to anyone but her, and then saying, don't put out this information, don't tell the public about how much money is raised. So you have no clue. And then when people ask, like, well, can I have some transparency on how the money was spent? Nothing's put out publicly, but they'll show it to you privately, which is so suspect. If you have receipts that can place all the money or show people just a tiny fraction of what the money's been spent on, maybe some of the people that are asking for refunds will be.
Molly has never told anybody. How could she tell grown adults that they can only talk to her? We're all adults here. People can talk to whoever they want to talk to. And I've never heard Molly say anything like that, and neither did KJ. I've never heard Molly say, don't talk to anyone else but me. And I'm pretty sure Miss Letitia wouldn't put up with that either. You're not going to tell somebody who they can and can't talk to. We're all adults here. We can choose to talk to whoever we want to. But obviously, they made the best decision ever when they chose not to talk to you, KJ. Because again, you're proving to everyone why people choose to not want anything to do with you. Period.
Satisfied with that. Like everyone has a different reason for why they got a refund. Mine was because I was lied to directly to my face by Letitia multiple times. And she yelled at me after I'd been trying to help her for 2 weeks and I did nothing to deserve her yelling at me.
I'm pretty sure that probably felt good for Miss Letitia to yell at you. I'm not even joking. Like, I would feel great to be able to yell at you and just tell you off. And I'm sure you deserved every part of that, KJ. You deserve to be yelled at, because at the end of the day, look at how you treat people and look at how you tried to treat Miss Letitia. You know, this whole victim mentality that you have, that you just want to convince everyone that you're the victim here, it's pretty pathetic, because you're not the victim. You are the perpetrator. You are the one who is going around hurting other people, not the other way around. So I'm sure that felt good for Miss Letitia to yell at you, because you're relentless with your attacks, and you don't know how to leave people alone. You cross too many boundaries. You don't have any boundaries. You always overstep your boundaries, and that's why you have 2 active lawsuits as we speak.
Given all the crap I'd done and put my neck out on the line for her, with so many people telling me she was a scammer and me just trying to defend her.
How did you put your neck out on the line for Miss Letitia? You didn't do anything. All you did was probably constantly ask her questions, probably try to build no kind of rapport, no kind of personal relationship with her where you actually cared genuinely. You were probably asking her question after question, not caring about her as a person, but only caring about your story, your revenue, how much you're going to make, how juicy your story is going to be. I can almost guarantee that's how you acted with them. And that's probably why they got a bad feeling off of you and they wanted nothing to do with you. And nobody warned you about Ms. Letitia being a scam artist. Nobody. The only person that you're talking about is Dre. Okay? And we all know her credibility. At the end of the day, you are the one who cannot handle rejection. You couldn't just walk away from this. Exactly. HIPAA is a thing, justice for all. But you just can't do that because you're just an evil person.
And it wasn't me turning on me being, now I need to expose her. No, it was more like, this is just another indication that something is wrong here. It's just not. And then you start to add up things.
So there's an indication that something is wrong once she didn't want anything to do with you. Why? Because you're the big bad creator with all of these subscribers and people are supposed to kiss your ass and want to be a part of your team? No. Your subscribers ain't shit, Katie. Nobody cares about that. People care about others who are genuine, who have a good heart, who don't have ulterior motives, who don't just look at them as a story, but understands that, who understands the impact that that story has on their lives and how that story should impact you as well. So you could be genuine, but you're a heartless person. You just are. And people don't want anything to do with others like that. Like, literally, I could look into your eyes and see the evil in you. I just can. And it just, the evilness radiates off of you. I don't know if I'm using the right word, radiate, but it's just something very evil about you. And people just, especially somebody like Miss Letitia, who is very devoted to God, they can sense that. They can feel that. I can feel it. You're just a very evil person. And some people just don't want to associate with people like you. Ms. Letitia says, my son and husband was right there. I never yelled at her. I asked her, why would she do that to my family and myself, especially my son who is in a coma? Exactly, Miss Letitia. We know. She's a liar. We all adore you. I know you didn't yell at her, but I bet you it would have felt really good to yell at her, though. I'm just saying. I bet you it would have felt really good to yell at her, but you probably was like, how could you do this? That's not yell. She knows what yelling is. Okay. She's just trying to make you look like the bad guy. That's all. But as I said, I'm just the type of person who, I can tell if somebody's evil. I can tell if somebody just don't have good intentions for me. I'm learning it more and more every single day. And every single day I'm just learning how to read people, and you get those vibes off of people. And I guarantee in the very beginning, Miss Letitia, you might not had got that right off rip, but I guarantee you probably did get a vibe off of her. You just get this very evil feeling. It does. People can feel that. I'm an empath. I know. A+ commentary. KJ is evil. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Steve. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate you being here too. I think Symone, I think oozes is more the word you wanted rather than radiate. Yes, it oozes. That's it. Thank you so much, Lisa. And don't worry, I'll get to all your comments. I'm just trying to focus on this because I don't want it to be too long. But yeah, you get that evil feeling off of somebody, and you just you can feel it. I don't even know how to explain it. Now, granted, you don't always get it right. Like I always say when it comes to YouTube, I've met some really nice people, and I've also met some very, very evil people. And the one thing that I could say, especially to creators, is just pay attention to the subscribers that love bomb you. Just please pay attention to that. Pay attention to people who love bomb you, period. And I'm not talking about telling you, giving you a compliment. I'm talking about overly love bombing you and acting like, they love you already when they've only known you for like, a couple days, and they're confessing their love to you. And, pay attention to the people who are always saying they have morals and respect, and they would never tolerate look shaming and, age shaming and all of those things. Pay attention to those type of people, because eventually you're going to see that those type of people are fake and are hypocrites and will tolerate it from some but won't tolerate it from others. Pay attention to the people that you talk to behind the scenes, and they act different behind the scenes than they do publicly. Okay? Like if you're talking to somebody and they're acting all big and bad, but then, you know, you're the creator and they're in your chat, but they don't act big and bad in your chat, get rid of them. I'm just telling you right now, because that's a person you don't want to align yourself with. Yes, we talk about things privately, obviously, when it's behind the scenes and things like that. But what's I feel like most important to understand is that your character behind the scenes should be the same publicly. Your personality behind the scenes should be the same publicly. And if you act different privately and you talk all big and bad privately, but you can't talk all big and bad publicly, that person is fake. Sorry, that's just the truth. And you learn as you go. Some people are going to have good intentions for you. Some people are going to have bad intentions for you. Some people, people have bad motives for you. And when you come across those type of people, sometimes it's hard to see because people can be very deceiving and manipulative, but just pay attention. Don't let your guard down. And that's the truth, especially as a creator. That's one thing I don't tolerate. If you talk a certain way to me behind the scenes, but I see that you change publicly, it's deuces for me. And I don't care who you are. And I don't care how long I've known you either. Okay.
Things like, why would a family that's truly serious about donations want to be tied to someone that's literally degrading, verbally abusing, and bullying anyone that asks questions?
Are you talking about yourself, Katie? Because at the end of the day, you have degraded this family, you have bullied this family, you have even crossed the line of talking badly about Vaughn, and he's in a coma. You attack the most vulnerable. You attack people when they're down. You have literally verbally abused everyone involved in this story. But yet, you can sit here and preach against that? Are you serious? Girl, bye.
That's who they wanted to work with. Is that someone that is trustworthy to you? Like, if someone's asking you for money and you want to ask a question and they tell you you can't ask questions, come on now. And then if you ask a question, they dox you and they verbally abuse you. I've had so many people in my inbox telling me I was doxed, I was verbally abused, I was bullied.
First of all, I'm going to say loud and clear that I would rather work with anyone, Katie, than to work with somebody like you and to speak with somebody like you. Natasha Richard says, some people are like that and don't trust. You're not evil because of it. No, nobody's evil because they choose not to trust people. You shouldn't trust people the first time you meet. Absolutely not. Trust is earned. People have to earn your trust. You shouldn't just give it away. Trust is very sacred, in my opinion. And when you meet somebody, and if you get that bad feeling about them, trust your gut. That's for sure. Trust your gut.
Put out my information. She shamed me. After I got that, I got bullied so relentlessly in comments. People were going to my social media.
Well, that sounds like you, KJ. It sounds as though you're talking about yourself, because you bully people in comments. Okay. Anybody that says anything to you that's against you in any way, shape, or form, you block them. So that means you stop their voice. Okay. And you stop their opinion, all because their opinion doesn't fit your narrative. just recently in your comment section, people are talking about looking me up on Pacer just because I'm a creator, calling you out on your bullshit. You have doxed many creators in the past. So therefore, what are you talking about? You're literally describing yourself.
It's ugly, and that's not right behavior.
Your behavior is not right, Katie. Your behavior is erratic and just toxic and evil. And I'm sorry, I gotta call things as I see them. And all you do is deflect and project and divert, all of those things. It's your behavior. If you just move on with your life, everything would be good, but you won't, because you are on a quest to hurt people. And you continue to do it over and over and over again. Let's continue.
Yeah.
Chug a lug on that wine, KJ. Hey, listen, not talking about anybody who drinks wine. Wine is always nice to have every once in a while. But I'm just saying, keep chugging.
And I don't know if they have a lawyer, if they don't have a lawyer, like, no, I don't. So the turning on me was really, I wasn't kept aware of what was going on because I wasn't watching Molly's streams, and I really wasn't doing the fundraising. Like,
You weren't watching Molly. You literally watch everything that Molly does and has been doing. You literally posted a picture of her son in a car that you think he's getting, or maybe he did get. You have looked her up relentlessly, like attacked her relentlessly. You've looked up everything about her, every reality show she's been in. You have been watching Molly's every move. Like, you're obsessed. You're overly obsessed. Quit acting like you don't watch Molly, okay? Just keep it real. And then have a stadium full of seats.
like if you watch my videos, I really wasn't pushing the fundraisers very much. I was just trying to share what was happening in the story and like putting out the records. And I wasn't made aware of a lot of what was happening over on her channel. I just had people coming into my inbox telling me about
You had people coming into your inbox. Imagine how many people Molly and Justin had in their inbox about you. Just imagine. Because if you really want to be technical, like, I told Goose, and I know Goose probably warned Molly way before I said anything. So many people warned Molly and Justin about you. Like, so many people. So if you had people in your inbox, just imagine how many people they had in theirs. Okay. They probably had hundreds and hundreds of people every day saying, stay away from you, because you are way more problematic, in my opinion, than Molly. That's just my opinion. You're just like, and the last time I checked, people aren't running around suing Molly for defamation of character. That's you.
telling me about what Molly had done to them, or how badly they were treated. So ultimately, I'm going to swipe off comments just for a second, but I want to answer that question. So why did I change my mind? First of all, I was like trying to walk into this situation with like the best intentions. I didn't want to cause harm to anyone involved. And I certainly wasn't trying to hurt anyone. And I wanted to believe the information that was given to me was the truth. The problem was is that the more I learned about the situation and I factually checked what was told to me, it wasn't adding up. So I was starting to get messages from actual people that were supporters of Dre, but didn't like what she was doing. So here's the thing is there's a huge population of people that love her, but don't love what she's turned into and are really worried about what's happening, but not willing to ride this hate train. So
And there is a huge population that despises you. Okay. They think you're deplorable, Katie. And there are more people who think you're deplorable than not. You think that the 200 and how many does she have? 242K subscribers. Do you think every subscriber that you have, which some of them were bought allegedly, do you think that those people actually like you? Just saying. You know, a lot of people hate watch you. I'm not going to lie. And another thing that I want to make very, very clear, me giving you a view, okay, is because it's for the sake of me doing commentary and debunking all of these bullshit accusations that you continue to make. But I also want to make it clear, this is me giving you a view, but there are 557 people in here. So they're not going to go over to your Facebook and give you a view. That works for me. If you ever want to see anything about KJ, all you have to do is go to Twitter, okay, and type in Llama Girl, and her link is usually always in my description, and you could see everything that KJ has done, like her whole history, okay? Teaya can give one view and save 557 people from viewing. Facts. Exactly. Thank you, Goose. So that's how I look at it. But if you ever want to catch up on anything, all you have to do is go to Llama Girl, and she has it all in clips, just to let you know.
They are like, I loved her for years. I fell in love with her. The last few years have gotten kind of weird, but I don't want to say that she's capable of any of this stuff. I just want the truth. And so they would start sending me videos from the supporters live that could help me see what Vaughn said in his own words and what Vaughn was saying in his own words about his mother, about his marriage. They were open about the fights in their marriage. They would openly discuss their struggles. There was lots of videos that I was sent, and I showed you guys where Vaughn was like willingly saying, I don't want to go to the doctor. I'm totally on board with this program. I don't want to take medications. I want to do this. I want to try this diet. This was like he was agreeing to it. And people wanted to say like, well, he's being pushed to this and manipulated, but he's like agreeing to it. So, and he said he felt better and he didn't want to be on the meds. He didn't like how the meds made him feel. He hated going to the doctor. So he was willing to try these alternative options. Now, does that mean that he trusted the wrong people? Sure, of course. And did he get?
Just because he didn't want to go to the doctor, so that means it's okay for him to have multiple seizures. She was his caretaker. So therefore, she took care of him, right? And therefore, everything that she was using wasn't working for his seizures. So many people have videos about that. It wasn't working for his seizures. So therefore, that means you go to the hospital, even if he doesn't want to go, which I guarantee you he would have wanted to go if he actually got the help that he needed. And that could have been preventable in my opinion, by Dre. Dre, in my opinion, could have taken him to the hospital if she wanted to. Just because he says that he didn't want to go to the hospital doesn't mean that that's what he really meant. Because if you go back on my YouTube and watch the video, you will see that even when he was in the hospital, Dre was talking him out of, he was in the hospital. And because they asked Dre to leave, just because they asked Dre to leave, Dre convinced Vaughn to leave. That's my problem. How could you convince a man who's in the hospital? And he even said, what if it happens again? I mean, it's on video, but you continue to perpetuate this narrative, Katie, for one reason and one reason only. Because rejection, nobody likes rejection. I don't like rejection. Many people can't handle rejection. I get it. But most people who get rejected by somebody, they literally just say, okay, this person doesn't want anything to do with me. Fine. I'm just going to move on, right? But you can't do that. You're completely incapable of doing that. Instead of actually moving on with your life and continuing on covering whatever it is you want to cover, go back to the Duggars, whatever, you do the Duggars every day on your channel. But for some reason, you just can't move on. But if I go back, which I will, don't worry, one day I will, and look at all of the things that you have said when this whole thing started and how passionate you were, like so many others who've done video after video about Dre, you decided to change your mind the minute the Miss Letitia said bye. That's why people aren't believing anything that you say. But you're trying to appease to Dre. And that's fine. But I am just saying this right now. And I've said it in the beginning and I'm saying it now. Dre, and I hope that her admins and mods stay clear of this woman. Because you seriously are going to regret ever speaking with her. And if you think that it's private, all you have to do is look on her Facebook. Nothing is private with this woman. Nothing. And I cannot stress that enough. And I will continue to say that. If you want to go and talk to a creator, please talk to somebody else. She's not the one. She's just not.
Get hooked on kratom, probably, like sounds like they were using and mixing substances here. But every marriage has struggles and every marriage has problems, and so they have fights, they go through periods. She is controlling, admittedly, but he's also doing things that are, like it's tit for tat, a lot of it. And so I'm like, okay, well,
is she like tipsy? Why would Dre ever want to talk to KJ? Is that really possible? I mean, why? Like, legit, why? Why would she ever do that for one? I don't know, Steve. I don't think that she would, but just like I just read her post, she's trying. I mean, she's trying. And that's why I'm going to try to call her out on it. And we knew that that's what she was going to do. And I seriously hope that Dre wouldn't speak to her after Katie is the only creator that actually referred and accused Dre of being the M-word. Dre is not talking to anybody, but in the same sense, she's going hard, she's reaching, and she just literally said in her post that she wants any admin of Dre's to contact her. So she's definitely trying. And in my opinion, she's going to keep trying. And I just hope and pray that they don't. And it's not because I care. If they do, as far as like talking to a creator, you want to talk to a creator, that's fine. Even though I don't think that she would, period. But if she was, or even if her admins were to, it should be anybody but her. She is the worst person that anyone could ever want to have contact with. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I feel like hopefully they won't reach out to her. But no, it's the M word. M as in mom. I can't say the whole word, but M as in mom. That's what Katie accused Dre of doing to her husband. So I seriously hope that they don't reach out to her.
What I was feeling before, I'm not sure, right? I don't like that she's playing doctor, and I don't like that she's thinking that she can cure him. And then you've got this whole layer of her kind of getting on this God complex, which is weird. But I didn't want that to take away from me being able to objectively look at the situation. So you've got all of these people that don't want to hate her, but don't agree with what she's doing. So there's a difference between people that literally just want to blindly hate someone, which is what I believe the creators and the people that got involved in the Justice for Vaughn movement were doing. These were people that had been blocked by her, that were her competition at paparazzi, that were competition in blogging with her, that had a vendetta, and they wanted her exposed at all costs necessary. And they wanted to make sure that information was not put out that was unfavorable to the family and favorable to Dre. They didn't want to show two sides. They wanted to make it look like Dre was the demon no matter what. And that's never how stories go. Like, even if someone is evil, there's always more than one point of view. And if you get caught up in that one point of view and you get sucked into that rabbit hole where everything is bad.
I'm not trying to demonize Dre. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just critiquing her videos, and I think that's what a lot of creators are doing. I feel like Dre has done that to herself. I didn't do anything. You know what I'm saying? I didn't make her videos public. The same as Katie has done, and the videos are still on her channel. I think that Dre is amazing at makeup. I think that I used to, be a subscriber of hers. I really did genuinely enjoy her. And I still think and still say that she taught me how to do a wing really good. And I try to say positive things about Dre, but I don't like the things that she's done. I'm sorry, I just don't. And that's my opinion, but it's not me trying to demonize her. And if you want to look at it that way, she's doing that all on her own. Like I said, the videos that are out there that have been, kind of critiqued and examined, just from my perspective, I don't like some of the things that I've seen. They're infuriating, actually. But nobody's trying to demonize. The only person who's demonizing is Katie. She's trying to demonize Molly, demonize Justin, demonize Charlotte, demonize Cece. Charlotte is always on top of Katie. Every single day, that woman always beats, like, literally gives so much information about Katie. And Katie, to me, verbally abuses Charlotte. Why the hell are you bringing up Charlotte's past history? But that's what she does. Every single person that Katie encounters, she verbally abuses them. And I'm not the type of person that believes in cancel culture, but I just think something needs to be done about somebody who hurts as many people as Katie. She hurts so many people, and you just become passionate about it. You just do. You become passionate about bringing awareness to the evilness that exists in this woman who's a creator, and literally everything and every person that she talks to, she's hurt LB. She hurt LB. Sorry if you guys didn't hear that. She has hurt Renee. Thank you. Thank you, Molly. She hurt Renee. She hurt everybody. She verbally abuses and she verbally attacks everybody. How many times is this going to happen before somebody does something? Like, I understand that she has lawsuits, okay? I understand that shit. And somebody does something. Ooh, like, I hate the sound of my voice. I'm just again, thank you, Molly. Let's continue. This is almost over.
Everything that they do can look bad, and everything that they do can look suspect, and every way that they act can look like a trigger for something. Like, it's kind of like how with the Duggars, we can go back in time and look at Josh and be like, right there, he was being a pedophile. Right there, he was doing this. Right there, he was doing that. When he might not have been doing anything in that moment, but we can, through the lens of knowing what he's done today, put that on him in that moment. Even in that moment, he wasn't doing anything. You know what I'm saying? Because there were times in his life where he wasn't being a pedophile. He was just being a jerk or pompous or whatever, you know? And even the judge said at his sentencing that he did good things in his life, because even people that do bad things can do good things. It's fucked up, but I mean, I feel like, didn't Ted Bundy like do calls at like a shelter for?
So now you're gonna take, what the hell does Ted Bundy have to do with anything? You're trying to compare people to Ted Bundy? The fuck? Thank you, Steve. To be honest with you, like, I've had so many people try to talk about me clearing my throat, but it's just something I can't control. Ted Bundy? Are you serious? Right, Sparkle? Is she serious?
Or something for women or for suicide or something, like they blend in. So my point here is that there's always multiple sides to a story, and not every single thing that people do is a testimony to them being a bad person. Yeah.
No one can catch Hannah when she runs. And the Longmires squeeze out her best with Go-Go Squeeze. Made from 100% fruit and no sugar added. Because when you nurture your kids,
actually, mine is allergies. They settle in my
squeeze
throat.
out their best with Go-Go
Justin.
Squeeze.
So you have all of these competitors.
But an empath told me it's because I hold too much in, so it makes me clear my throat. You know how you're live and you kind of control what you really, really want to say, the vulgar things that you want to say. A psychic told me that that's why I clear my throat so much more than I normally would, because I hold a lot of things in. That's what she said. But my allergies settle on the back of my throat. And then, of course, smoking doesn't help. Yeah, I think that might be what it is too. But I've had it ever since I was little. Okay, this is almost over.
Okay, you have all these competitors that are trying to take her down, that are in paparazzi. Oh yeah, so there you go. I don't know what Eve's real name is. Dre has not lost her job. It's so funny because Mariel, I bet you're just obsessed with this case. And that's the thing.
Says the person who stalks and is overly obsessed with Molly Golightly. You are so obsessed with Molly Golightly, you can't stop talking about her. You stalk her, everything that she does, everywhere that she goes, but you have the audacity to talk about somebody else being obsessed with this case, this story. Like, are you serious? You are so obsessed, not only with this story, but you're obsessed with a creator that you barely even know, that you keep talking about. Now, not only are you talking about Molly, but you're trying to bring her child into it that has nothing to do with this whatsoever. But you don't want people talking about your kids, do you, Katie?
Is when the truth starts to come out, people that don't want to see the truth, they'll say that I'm obsessed with this case, when really the one that's been obsessed with making money and raising funds have been the streamers on YouTube that are doing this for 5 hours, 6 hours a day for a month. I made like 5 videos on YouTube. That's it.
You made 5 videos on YouTube, but are you going to count the videos that you've done on Facebook? The countless posts that you've made on Facebook? Just because you've done 5 videos on YouTube, what does that say? You've done how many live streams about this? Like, you sound stupid.
And I post on my Instagram, on my Facebook, which if I post something, by the way, a single post, if I show you a picture, I just want you to know something. If I post a picture and I write text, I make $0. $0. And again, I don't care if people make money on this story. I don't care if people report the story and their platforms are monetized. What I care about is deception and people doing this with false pretenses. And so if you have a bunch of
Katie, you are the master of deception. Literally, you have went around and tried to sway the public opinion so much to a point where you've been relentlessly attacking people. And just like Justin just said here, they haven't even talked about this case in days. In days. So Justin right now is covering what's that case that I like? I've been interested in it too. It's very, very sad about the girl who is missing. Okay. So miss me with that. They haven't even been, you're still the only one that continues to keep talking about this. Okay. Idiot.
Competitors of Dre that create a group and try to control a narrative and don't want any other narrative to go out there. And they actively are telling you they want Dre to lose her job and they want her out of paparazzi, but they're in paparazzi too. That's like literally sabotaging someone's career and trying to, I mean, that like these paparazzi people could not only get fired from paparazzi, but she could end up suing them for a business tort for false light and harming a competitor's business. Like there's lots of civil litigation for that. And if you're going to try to destroy someone's platform in that way over something like this, when there's been no verified facts to back.
Nobody's trying to destroy her platform, okay? Like, why would anyone want to destroy her platform? Nobody's trying to destroy her platform. Nobody's trying to do anything but bring awareness. That's it. The same thing that you claim to be doing, Katie, which you're not. All you're doing is inciting hate and chaos, but nobody is trying to destroy anyone. Period. That's you.
Back up their statements, only speculation. I mean, that's so you have admins now that are trying to show you guys like, listen, it isn't what you thought it was. Like they were trying to control a narrative. Molly was trying to control who spoke to who. Molly's telling people I'm not trustworthy. The truth is that I was asking questions. And the only people that were going to be able to ride this out were going to be the ones that could blindly follow without asking questions.
No, actually, Katie, the reason why I'm sure people like Molly and other people were saying that you're not trustworthy is because in the beginning of this case, when they tried to give you the benefit of the doubt, even though they were probably receiving so many messages of people telling them to leave you alone because you're not a good person, you literally messaged Molly and told her to send everyone in her chat over to you because you had exclusive audio and your sources were very picky about the audio and didn't want it to be played anywhere else except for on your channel. Then you went and you talked about how CPS gave Dre a deadline of 10 days to comply with something about the children. And there's no possible way that you could ever know something like that because CPS would never disclose that kind of information. You made it up, you fabricated, sensationalized everything that you do. And Molly said something very simple. She didn't say anything bad about you. She didn't talk about you. All she said was, I cannot confirm. That's it. Something very simple. She didn't say you wasn't trustworthy. She didn't bash you. And I'm calling it as I see it. Okay? It is what it is. It's not me sticking up for anybody. This is me defending the truth because I've watched this the whole time from the very beginning. I've watched your coverage, Katie, from the first time you watermarked a police report. It showed your character and where you were coming from. And at the end of the day, all Molly said was, I cannot confirm. That's it. Molly didn't turn the family against you. It's almost as if you're trying to pretend like this family doesn't have a brain of their own. They're perfectly capable of making their own decisions, and nobody is responsible for that. But you, Katie, and your behavior and what you showed them, therefore, they parted ways. Okay? It had nothing to do with what you're trying to say. Nobody said, oh, you can't trust her. I'm sure after you started doing the shit that you're doing and you put out that fucking mugshot of Molly, then she probably said you can't be trusted, but you showed that all on your own. Actions speak louder than words. You did that all on your own. Welcome to the Glam Fam, Iva. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I like your, what do you call them things? Well, I like your picture, even though it's not you, but I like your character. That I like the hand over the head. I love that. I don't care what you think. Duality, go away. I think she's obsessed with you. That's what I think.
If you had questions, they were not answered. If you asked for transparency, it wasn't there. And when it took me 3 times of communicating with Letitia. I tested her 3 times. And I sent her money 3 times. And she would only respond when I sent her money. And I was like,
wait a minute. Wait a minute. First of all, you never said that you sent her money 3 times. You said you sent her money once. So are you saying that you asked for 3 different refunds and you tested her? You are so full of shit. You are so full of shit. You didn't test nobody. Okay? You didn't test nobody. I don't think that you gave 3 refunds. You never said anything about 3 refunds until just now because you're lying. You even said, and don't worry, I'm going to get the videos of her saying the things that she said because you even said you gave her a generous amount of donation and then you turn around and then you ask her for it back. You're just looking at that like you tested her in refunds. Okay. You're just ridiculous. You didn't test nobody. In order to give somebody a test, you would have to be smart.
this is so obviously, in my opinion, a money grab then the full police report comes out, doesn't match anything that they've said. And I get all of these videos about Bond that don't match what they're telling me. And then I start hearing and getting screenshots and getting information from Wynette that doesn't match what she's saying. And then like all of this starts becoming a tidal wave. And then you have admins admitting that this stuff is going on and admins trying to control what's going on. And the real kicker for me today, which I thought was
in a lot of ways, Shanika, I'm starting to see some things with KJ because I feel like she's going above and beyond specifically. Oh, thank you, Molly, for the super chat. That means a lot to me, sweetie. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. What was I saying? Oh, I'm going to say this. I'm not going to accuse her blatantly of that. And Shanika, you're entitled to your opinion, and I respect that. I'm going to say this. I feel like she has went relentlessly after this family and the way that she's talking about them and their criminal record, but yet she talks about Black Lives Matter and how much, it means to her. I remember when she used to talk about it back in the day, and she used to say we need to be allies for Black people, all of that stuff. It's very ironic to me that she can say that type of stuff, but then yet talk about Ms. Letitia having a weapon that she has a license for. Okay. And saying that she's taking that across state lines. She doesn't know how serious, and I think she does know how serious that is. And to me, it screams a lot. Like, it definitely makes me see KJ in a different light. I will say with this story, I've noticed a lot of things. That I feel are very, very derogatory. Okay. Like that's a very serious thing to accuse somebody of taking a weapon across state lines, especially you guys, a Black woman, period. And that's just my opinion. So I feel you on that, Shanika. There's a lot of things that are very wrong. Very, very wrong.
It's interesting is that in that screenshot that Letitia was talking to the admin, and I think in the screenshot, Letitia was actually talking to Gigi. So like the Gigi account, I don't know what her page is, but anyway, she was talking to Gigi, and she flat out told Gigi, I haven't told anyone, but he's incarcerated. And I was trying to protect him.
Do you see, excuse me, how she keeps throwing that stuff out? And especially how she keeps throwing out, fraud and things like that. And to me, I think she ignorantly thinks that it's probably easier for people to believe that. You guys know the rest. Like I said, I don't like to accuse people of that until I am paying more attention to the things that they say. But she really, really showed her true colors with this case. And to actually sit there and say that she's an ally for Black people, I disagree 100%.
But he's talking to Katie, and now almost with the implication that like now that she knew that Katie was talking to
You guys, I have no idea what that noise is. That's her background, not mine. So I have no idea.
Well, hi, Dre's admin, who I'm sure is going to tell Dre all about. That what the fuck was that annoying noise? That was my dog trying to bury into her favorite spot. Sorry about that. Well, hi, Dre's admin, who I'm sure is going to tell Dre all about.
Do you guys see that smile on her face when she said, hi, Dre's admin? You guys see how she's holding back that smile? Pay attention to that.
Me. Anyways, that was Frida trying to dig the perfect spot on her dog bed. That was my dog. Seriously, she's right down here and she was trying to dig the perfect spot. She ripped apart, like, first she was ripping apart a napkin. And then she had to, like, dig her perfect spot in the bed. And I got, like, an indestructible cover for the dog bed. I spent a ton of money on these dog beds because she already destroyed the last dog bed that we had. So now she's all comfy cozy on the dog bed, and she did no damage to the dog bed. She has to, like, dig her perfect way into, like, her spot. I'm definitely not upset. So, you thought it was one of the cats. Well, I have a cat that's over here. So Letitia was telling people Letitia was telling the admins that, yeah, that he was incarcerated, but he's not incarcerated. He's in court-ordered treatment. I'm not saying that she is, like, the top earner by any means. I'm just saying that, like, she makes good money. So your dog does the same. I mean, I know, and here's the thing, you guys, is I know that there's been other people trying to pick this up, and like I was watching Unirock last night, and he was like, I gotta get Dre, and I gotta get her to interview me, or I gotta get her on an interview. And I don't think that it's wise for Dre to.
You want to know something, you guys? Now I see the reason why she is aligning herself with Unirock. So, what if Unirock gets an interview with Dre? Katie, you telling me you're going to be okay with that? What if Dre does choose to talk to him? Which I don't understand why she would want to, but what if she does? You seriously would have a heart attack, okay? Not literally, but you definitely wouldn't be happy about that if Dre chose to speak to him and not you. So what would you do if she chose to talk to Unirock and not you? Would you throw Unirock under the bus? Talk about what a horrible person he is so Dre comes to you? You guys are so thirsty. You're so thirsty, and it's so blatantly obvious. Okay? So blatantly obvious.
Speak to anyone on YouTube. I think it's a horrible decision. I think that she has an open custody case that she has to work on. She has an open DCS case. And unfortunately, there are a lot of other things that are going on. Like, she's been getting a lot of harassment, and then there's still the ongoing investigation into Vaughn's suicide attempt, which I don't expect is going to uncover a whole lot more than what's already been uncovered at this point. But because of all of that scrutiny, she's not going to talk. Anything that she would say publicly is going to be used against her, which is ironic.
So you're sitting there talking about she's not going to talk, KJ, but you're asking for her admins to reach out to you? Why would her admins do that? If Dre's not speaking publicly, why would you want to speak to her admins? Doesn't make any sense, does it? Steve says Uni would sneak KJ on, let her talk, then kick her out just to piss her off and throw her under the bus, as he always does. That is 100% what would happen. I agree. And you know that better than anyone, Steve.
Because this was another thing that Letitia is supposedly has a lawyer. Any lawyer would tell you not to freaking talk about the situation. Like, if you have a lawyer and that you have a goal to actually like get custody of something, the last thing what the lawyer is going to tell you is don't inflame online, don't contribute to the harassment of this person. If you want to have a case against her,
we got into television largely because of people from Iowa. I said, we'll either sink like a stone or change television forever.
The university was instrumental in our success.
You have to play by the rules and you have to literally play nice. You can't be looking.
So, what kind of advice did your attorney give you, KJ? Wouldn't your attorney tell you not to bother people or harass people or get overly obsessed with people, defame people, pull up public records on people, dox people? Wouldn't your attorney tell you to lay low and not do that type of thing because you're currently in 2 lawsuits right now? And to be honest with you, they can literally take what you're doing now and use that against you in court. To me, that's not inadmissible. You're pulling up people's records from the past. You have doxed literally every single person that has been involved in this story. You have made some pretty defamatory comments about creators that have been speaking about this case. So are you telling me that your attorney would think that that's okay? Wouldn't your attorney say, hey, KJ, just lay low, don't bother people, don't dox people, keep your mouth shut? But that's not what you're doing, is it? Any attorney would say something like that. But yet here you are doing the same things that got you the 2 lawsuits that you have right now. In my opinion, of course.
Looking like you're online harassing you. You can't. I see that. I see that. They're playing bingo because I say things. People, she would say like, she's going to apply for POA. And she would say, Dre is a danger to Vaughn. Dre could respond by saying, well, you're actually kind of a danger to Vaughn because you have had people calling the hospital nonstop, implicating me as a murderer, fueling a narrative, sending people to my house.
You actually called her a murderer, KJ. So that really is irrelevant for you to even bring that up because you actually called her that. Not implicated. You actually called Dre the M word. Okay? You actually accused Dre of taking Vaughn out. Nobody else did but you. There's a difference between flat out saying it and then implicating it.
Sending people to my mom's house, putting my kids' lives in danger. You're actually a threat to us. And I'm not trying to say that that's the truth. I'm just saying like that's how lawyers would look at the situation. Lawyers will use anything that you do and they'll say, well, you're doing that. So it's tit for tat at that point.
That's not true because Ms. Letitia has not done those things. You see, KJ, when videos are put out there, this is why you had no problem doing this, and that's exactly why you called Dre the M word. When you put videos out publicly, people are going to critique them. When you are a public figure, people are going to critique your videos, okay? So therefore, nobody encouraged for anyone to call CPS. And if you really want to get technical and accuse somebody of encouraging people to do so, it would be you, because you're actually the one who even made a false statement when it comes to CPS. You are the one who said you're so worried about the kids, and which a lot of people are, and it's understandable. But you are the one who started inciting and making up things about CPS. How quickly you forget the things that you've done in the beginning of this case. And it's not in the past because it was only a month ago.
If she wanted to have a case, she would lay low and be quiet and say nothing.
And this is what a big liar that you are, KJ. So let's just throw this out there. Another thing to debunk. You have you listened to Miss Letitia on the things that she has said publicly? She has never bashed Dre. She has never said anything bad about Dre at all. She told her side of the story, and that's it. But yet you fail to mention how Dre did an hour, 2 hour long live publicly talking about Miss Letitia and talking about money and why they parted ways, giving a whole history of why she chooses not to, associate with Miss Letitia. And Ms. Letitia, anytime she's ever been anytime she's ever spoken publicly, she has never bashed Dre in any way, shape, or form. All she's done is defended herself, which she has every right to do. But you forget that, don't you? Either you forgot, but that's just me giving you the benefit of the doubt. I think you're lying, and you're just lying to make Ms. Letitia look bad. Exactly. Ms. Letitia said not just one kid, she said she would like to see all of the children. Ms. Letitia is not responsible for social media. She's not. She didn't make Dre put videos out there for people to critique. She didn't make Dre do a 2 hour long live bashing her as a mother. She didn't make Dre do any of those things. She didn't make Dre purposely keep from Vaughn's family that he was even in a coma in the first place. Nobody is responsible for social media. Okay? The only person who is responsible for her videos getting critiqued is Dre. That's just the way it is, and that's what you have to keep in mind when you want to make your life public. People are going to critique you, whether you like it or not. But Ms. Letitia is not responsible for people calling CPS, for people, what you're saying, people driving past Dre's house or whatever the situation is. That's not Ms. Letitia. And you can't put all of that blame on her. But that's what you want to do because you want to demonize and dehumanize Ms. Letitia. And the only one who looks evil right now is you, KJ. And if people can't see through that, it's very unfortunate because, like I said, I don't care, even if hypothetically what KJ was saying is true and everybody is a fraud in this case, it still does not justify what she's doing. It doesn't. It doesn't justify doxing people. How the hell are you going to sit here and talk about anybody being doxxed when you are the master of doxing everyone? Everyone. You have doxed so many people. And I'm not just talking about people that's talked about this story. Everyone. Anyone that you have ever encountered, you always dox them. Always.
Oh, they love to tell me what I cannot do. What's Donna? Nicole? Is it Nicole? She's blocked. They don't.
And that's a dox to me, Steve. When someone does not have their name public here on YouTube, regardless of whether they're a creator or not, you need to respect their wishes. And if you put their real name out there, that's a dox. I know a lot of people have their own interpretations of doxing and things like that, but at the end of the day, even if Dre wanted to blame somebody, take a look at KJ, because KJ is the first person that doxed Dre. She is the first person that put Dre's address up on her YouTube channel. Either it was her community page or Facebook. She didn't block out the address.
Like my trolls don't let me drink. They don't let me have a glass of wine. They don't let me be a mom. They think I yell at my kid all the time because parents sometimes yell at their kids. Yes, keep your mouth shut. Because anything that you add is fuel to the fire. I mean, I know this myself. Block, 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 block.
Are you saying the person that she just blocked was you, Nikki? Uh-oh, Nikki got blocked, along with anyone else that gives their opinion. I told her you can't drink alcohol and Adderall. She blocked. That's crazy. You're funny. Make sure you guys subscribe to Nikki38. She's amazing. And she has a really great channel as well. And she brings a lot of awareness on Katie, and she does a great job.
I need cheese and crackers. No. There are no updates on him. Sorry. No parents are perfect. Every parent makes a mistake. I tell my audience, like, literally every day, there's only a few things that, like, I will never.
So you can actually sit there and say, no parents are perfect. Every parents make mistake. And you're absolutely right. No parent is perfect. And every parent makes mistakes. However, that's only pertaining to you, right? Exactly, Miss Letitia. You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm right with you. So Charlotte can't make mistakes. You keep bringing up how Charlotte lost her kids. Ms. Letitia can't make mistakes. Right? You talk about people and their parenting, but it's okay for you to say you make mistakes, but nobody else can make mistakes, right? Nobody else can make decisions that may or may not be the right decision at the time for their child. You are a hypocrite. And I'm so glad that we are all seeing this right now.
Be down with, and that is child sexual abuse. So Like, I'm never going to be down with anyone that supports Josh Sugar, defends him, spreads lies that he's innocent. Like, I'm never going to support that narrative. I'm always going to call that out. I'm always going to call out any abuse of children and abuse of women. I'm adding a lot of fuel and it will explode soon. Okay. So are they going to fundraise to get a lawyer to sue me? Hi, Brenda.
Your ass keeps slandering people. You never know. Exactly, right, Sparkle? See, this is why I do this, because people like her always get caught up in their words. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, she will say one thing and then say something completely different when it's pertaining to her and 100% contradict herself. And it's very, very intriguing for me to watch that. To watch somebody sit there and contradict herself over and over and over again. And I love calling people out on it, especially somebody like her. I love it.
Abusing men is not okay, but you know what I've noticed about Molly? Molly hates women. Molly literally goes after and attacks women, even women victims that are killed.
That's funny. The only one who hates women is you, Katie. Think of all the women that you've attacked, even throughout your YouTube career. You've attacked Albie, Charlotte, Renee, Ms. Letitia, Ms. Wynette, Molly, of course. You're obsessed with Molly. Oh my gosh, who else? I'm Cece already. These are all women, 7 women so far. Okay, that I've named. Pretty EKC, Tina, T-Spiracy. That's 10. That's 10 women that I've just named. 10 women. But Molly doesn't like women? Are you serious? Who literally just shamed dancers a couple days ago? Who literally just shamed escorts a couple days ago? And I'm not saying only women can be escorts, but you attack women, Katie. Nobody else but you. And if you pay attention, and I just want to make this clear, if you really pay attention, the only person that she's been attacking is Molly. She hasn't said anything about Justin, right? He's a man. How come you haven't said anything about Justin? And I'm not saying you should, but the point is that you've went for Molly. And Justin talks about this case with Molly. They obviously talk about this case. They do a great job, but you've only attacked Molly. No. Come back to reality here, sweetheart. You hate women. You are the one who talks about women. You are the one who talks about Dre's makeup and how she looks like a drag queen. And you talked about Tati's makeup. Oh, let's not forget Tati. Let's not forget Emily Baker. What? That's 13 women already? I think a man, you attacked Steve, but we're talking about women right now. You have attacked mostly the majority of women. Okay, especially women who are successful and go after what they want. And that's exactly why Emily Baker has passed you. And most of the people that you try to bring down, Katie, are going to pass you up, including myself.
She now has completely changed the narrative on Gabby Petito and is now attacking Gabby's parents, who's a murder victim. She's attacking their foundation and claiming that like the Moab police have like they didn't screw up, even though they've admitted they.
And who do you attack? Katie, you've attacked Miss Letitia, who is in a vulnerable place right now. Her son is fighting for his life in a hospital. Okay? You've attacked plenty of women that are going through a crisis, that are going through trauma. You are a trauma vulture, period. And I say that and I continue to say it. Anyone who's going through a hard time, or you literally attacked a little girl and called her a brat. Sophie Long. Remember, Katie, when you called her a brat? Quit trying to act like you don't attack people. You attack every single person that you encounter here on YouTube. Okay?
You did. Like, doesn't have a case against the Laundries, even though she was outside protesting. Like, she has this thing where she hates women so much to the point that she hates women that are victims of crimes, which is really disturbing. It's disturbing for anyone to blame Shanann Watts for her murder.
First of all, nobody's talking about the Watts case, and if that's the only thing that you can bring up, you're just gone. You're far gone. You literally attack everyone. You're the first person to attack anyone who's going through any kind of trauma or crisis. You don't care who you attack. You attack the Duggars daily. You literally attacked Janelle from Teen Mom, who was in a DV situation, and you literally risked her life, okay, by going public with the story. You have literally attacked Tati, said her makeup is horrible. Dre's makeup is horrible. Everybody's horrible but you. You attack Christians. You attack people who you think are in cults, but you are the ultimate cult leader, in my opinion. You attack everyone. So you don't get to talk about other people attacking. Okay? So you can stop with the projection, because you attack everyone, especially women. And you use the fact that you're a woman to attack men. Just my opinion.
Like this woman was brutally murdered, and her children were brutally murdered by her husband because he was having an affair and wanted to lead him. And her rationalization is because, well, she was in an MLM and she was stretching the budget and it's her fault. She drove him to murder her. No, she harassed Shanann's brother and her parents. Like, now she's turning on Gabby Petito's family. She seems to have this agenda where she doesn't like women. And that makes me feel like maybe you don't like yourself, Molly. Maybe you're self-loathing yourself.
No, Katie, you don't like yourself. Misery loves company. You do not like yourself. You attack so many people. A person that's happy does not go around attacking everyone and trying to make other people miserable. Misery loves company. How can you sit here and talk about anybody else and how many people they attack when you have literally attacked everyone attached to this story? You've attacked admins, you've attacked creators, you even attacked 10 to Life because she covered this story. Another woman. You're the one who's projecting. You're the one who can't stand women. You're the one who has literally attacked everyone. So you can't talk about other people attacking when you are the ultimate attacker. You are the perpetrator.
So much that it's always the woman's fault. And that's nasty. Like, Gabby Petito's family has been nothing but gracious throughout this entire process. And Joe and Nicole have been open. they've spoken and advocated for resources for victims of domestic violence. They made a promise when her story went so viral that they were not going to allow her death and murder to be forgotten, and they were going to use the platform that her murder.
Almost done. I can see that it's almost done because you're slurring your words, sweetheart. Just my opinion. But yes, you attacked a Sherelle. Like literally, I've named about 15 women that you've attacked already, Katie. And they're all women. Every single woman that you have met, collabs with, spoke with, it doesn't matter. You have attacked so many people. Pretty sure you did attack Llama Girl too, if I'm not mistaken. You attacked, what is her name? Sally? Is it Sally? She's a creator. It's like never ending how many people you've attacked. Like,
gave them to help victims of domestic violence. And they just donated $100,000 to the hotline. And they continue to.
All things sassy. Yes, that's who she attacked. She has attacked so many people. Like I said, I lost count, man. Like now I'm losing count. Like you are the last person to sit there and talk about anybody hating women, sweetheart. Like you're just not the right person to be even trying to talk to Dre as much as you have attacked Dre. You've attacked her looks. You've attacked everything about her. You've attacked her income. You've attacked her as a mother. Like, you are the last person that Dre would ever want to speak with. Or her admins. I would stay away from her as like far away from her as possible. She's toxic. I mean, like, please listen. Somebody has to listen.
Provide resources for victims of domestic violence. So why anyone would turn their back on this family makes no sense. I know. It's so sad. I just don't feel like you kick someone when they're down. Like, why would you kick Nicole and Joe down?
Did she seriously just say don't kick someone when they're... Oh my God. Lord, give me the strength. Can you seriously sit there? Yes, Barbie too. That's like 20 women she's attacked so far. I cannot believe she just said that. I seriously cannot believe she just said that. So, which it doesn't surprise me with all the stuff that she's literally said this whole entire live stream, but it's like you have literally kicked people at their most vulnerable time, like, and you still continue to do it, but you have the nerve to be sitting there talking about don't kick people when they're down. Wow, she really is, yeah, delusional.
And why are you blaming Shanann for her own murder? Like, that's horrible.
You know what's horrible, Katie? Why did you call Dre a murderer? Why did you call her that? With absolutely no evidence or proof to back it up. It doesn't matter if you retract it, you still said it. That's horrible.
people that believe that she somehow had anything to do with her murder is so disgusting to me. If you want to help victims of domestic violence, send money to the hotline. I donate to them every single year. Here, I'll give you the list of the top nonprofits that I donate to.
Spectrum presents useful tips for your useless dish. Look, babe, made you a potty wheel out of our old satellite dish.
Let me show you how to work it. You need to go with the flow.
What in the haberdasheries is going on here? Switch to Spectrum.
Every year. The hotline, which does everything for domestic violence. I also donate to the National Sexual Assault Hotline. So there's two. There's one for DV, and then there's one for sexual assault. I donate to both. I also donate to the Trevor Project, which helps LGBTQ plus youth who are.
That's cool and everything that you donate, even though I don't believe a word that you're saying. But if you did, don't ask them for a refund after. Hopefully you don't do that.
Suicidal and who are like dealing with bullying, harassment, estrangement. They have so many resources to help youth to prevent suicide of youth in the LGBTQ plus. I also donate to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and Planned Parenthood. So those are my favorite charities.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. In my opinion. Chug-a-lug. Chug-a-lug.
Oh my God. Justin is watching me. Justin, you're so pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Find a hobby, Justin.
Oh, hell no. Okay. You're not about to sit here and talk about Justin. Justin is more of a good person than you will ever be in your lifetime, KJ. Okay? He's the type of person that if you were to maybe even message him and apologize to him, he seems like he has such a good heart that he would probably forgive you. That's the type of person that Justin is. You, KJ, are a piece of crap. Okay? And you are pathetic because you are overly obsessed with Molly and you watch them faithfully. Okay? Faithfully.
Instead of attacking this family. Literally, I'm going to take a screenshot of that. I see to take a screenshot, Justin.
Is he supposed to be scared that you're taking a screenshot of him telling you to quit attacking the family? If he did say that, leave them alone. Go ahead on about your merry little way in your life and your freaking coverage on the Duggars, but you can't do it. You're the pathetic one, Katie.
Justin, justice for all. With your lies. I got my screenshot, Justin. Am I giving you more content for your videos? I haven't even mentioned your name.
And Justin doesn't mention your name either. It's just very, very sad and heartbreaking to watch how your relentless attack on this family. Okay? That's why. because you continue to attack this family. You cannot keep their names out of your mouth. You refuse to move on, and it's frustrating to watch.
He is such a fun. Like, how can you sit there, Justin, and listen to this woman flat out degrade people, scream at people? You sat on a video, you are LGBTQ plus, Justin, and you sat on a video and she freaking called a woman a hermaphrodite. Like, what the fuck is wrong? Who uses that word? She has made racist comments. She has gone after like degrading comments. Like,
first of all, if you're going to make those type of accusations, you need to back them up with facts, for one. And you have done a lot of racist things, in my opinion, too, KJ. But you don't want me to go there. You have done some very, very bad things when it comes to Black people, in my opinion. Yes, someone told me yesterday while we were live, KJ was live in the chat complaining about us. So I went over and said hello, and she blocked me. Right. That's all you did. So literally, that's all she did was he said hello, and you called him pathetic because you're so jealous that the family doesn't want anything to do with you, that you have the audacity to call him pathetic when Justin really has not said anything about you except for what you've been doing to the family. Like, are you serious?
like the hermaphrodite word. Why don't you like ever step in and stop her? And then you literally covered up for her after she posted photographs of Dre's backyard. You literally lied and said they were from Zillow, and they weren't from Zillow. She literally had a drone put in by a neighbor who took pictures of the backyard. What is your problem, Justin? Why do you just sit there and say nothing? It's so clear that you're uncomfortable and annoyed, but you're willing to like ride out your career by attaching yourself to her. Hi, Katie, says Justin. Yeah, right.
Literally, all he said was hi. That's it. And you literally went off like that on a person who literally came in your chat and said hi. And KJ, didn't you hear me what I said to Molly? I told her I disagree with Molly for saying that. Molly's like my sister. We tell one another when we disagree. Exactly. And two people can disagree about things. That is just reality. But KJ doesn't know anything about that because she only keeps people around her that are like yes ma'am people that only agrees with what she says. So she doesn't have any right to talk about anybody else at the end of the day. And that's not true. Zillow, Molly cropped and zoomed in on the pics. Exactly. She knows she's just a liar. And you came into the chat while she's whatever she got going on with herself right now. And she's feeling froggy. So she thought she could leap. But she sounds stupid.
You're blocked, Justin. He says hi, Katie. No, you're pathetic, Justin. Keep talking shit about me in your group.
But yet you can keep talking shit about everyone else. Right. It was just, hey, Katie. That's it. You can keep talking shit about everyone else. But when somebody does it to you, and he didn't even say shit to you, all he said was hi. But he has a right to speak voice his opinion about whatever it is that he wants to. You're vulgar, you're nasty, you're deplorable, Katie. And the only person who's pathetic is you because you can't move on with your life and leave this family alone. Period.
He got blocked. At least he was there and he heard it. So pathetic.
You're so pathetic. You're sitting in a chair right now, drinking a glass of wine, bitching about Molly, bitching about everything that has to do with Ms. Letitia, her family, but you're calling somebody else pathetic? You literally have been sitting here bitching about the same people over and over and over again, live after live, but they're pathetic. The only one who looks pathetic right now is you, because you're trying desperately to change your narrative and to get everybody to believe your new narrative, and nobody does. And somebody comes into your chat and just says hi and you flip out. The jealousy is real, okay? And it's blatant and it's written all over your face. So eat your own words.
I will block and delete as many people as I want.
Because you're pathetic and you can't listen to other people give you constructive criticism or anything like that. You literally made yourself look like an idiot. All he did was come into the chat and say, hey, and you flipped out and called him pathetic. And then you say, you're such a big supporter of the LGBTQ community, and you flip out on Justin. So what does that show? It shows that the only pathetic person is you, that you have to block every single person because you literally showed your true colors right there. Somebody comes into your chat and says, hey, and you flip out on them? Girl, bye, and have a stadium full of seats.
There is no Vaughn update. Sorry, guys. All right, I have to go to bed. It's 11 o'clock and I'm super tired. And I hope you guys... Zillow is a legit company, but that's not where those photographs came from. Good night.
Sorry, you guys. I am going to end this in a minute, but I'm going to have Goose come up. Sorry, you guys. It was my screen. The share screen was covering the mute button. But I am going to have Goose come up for a minute because she wants to tell you guys something, to give you guys a little bit of information. But what I do want to say is why I do these types of things and why I do commentary like this, especially for somebody like Katie Joy, is because it is so fascinating to me how hypocritical she is. It really is. Like, literally, she'll say one thing from the next and she gets caught every single time. Every single time. So I like doing these types of things. I like being able to call people out on their shitty behavior, especially somebody like her. She's not a good person. And some people, you know, if you don't like commentary and you don't like seeing commentary on her, obviously I'm not the person to watch. Oh, thank you, Brenda. Thank you, guys. But I will say that she is literally one of the most vilest, nastiest, deplorable, disgusting liars I've ever seen here on YouTube. No matter how many times I gave her the benefit of the doubt when it came to this case. I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I said maybe she'll be different until I seen the watermark on the police report. And I was like, never mind. You know, I was really happy that a bigger creator was going to be bringing exposure on this case. But I can tell you what, right now, I wish I would have never given her the benefit of the doubt, but I promise you guys, I literally will always call her out on this. And it's like, how many times did you hear her and her hypocrisy? Can you see how many times that she literally was being a hypocrite? Thank you so much, Susan, for the super chat, sweetie. Thank you. Or super sticker, I'm sorry. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. So I'm always going to call her out on it. I'm always going to be here to hold her accountable. I am never, ever going to stop. And she can go ahead and go look me up on Pacer if she wants to. Nobody cares. But like I said, you better be careful, because I'm not sitting here doxing you. Okay? I'm not doxing you. I'm just calling you out on your shitty behavior. And I do not like the way you are treating this family. You are treating this family, well, I'm going to say, you have gone above and beyond to destroy this family, and it's not working. We will all stand united at all times. You are not a good person, and I will continue to call you out on it. I sent you the link on Messenger, Goose. But anyway, like I said, Goose is going to come up for a minute and she's going to tell you guys a few things. But I just wanted you guys to know that I'm going to continue to call her out on her hypocrisy, her contradictions. Nobody deserves to go through this type of stuff, you guys, when they are in this type of position. You know, when you're going through this type of all of these emotions and just everything that you're going through, watching your child fight for his life, knowing that he is in the hospital, you know, nobody deserves to go through this, you guys. Nobody does. And that's why I started covering her from the very beginning, because I wanted for people to see the horrible things that she's doing. And I will not stop talking about this woman. I think that she is a problem. And I also think that I don't like to say people need to be deplatformed. I'm not saying that, but something's got to give here, because nobody should be able to do this much hurting and get away with it. Hey, Goose.
Hey. So, I hope that KJ is watching your live, or some of her people are, or, you know, let's be real. Like, I highly doubt she doesn't watch your lives, because there's just been way too many things that have happened that are just way too ironic. And if she's not, hopefully somebody will send this to her, because one of the things that KJ doesn't think about is real life. She doesn't think about what people might be going through, just how hurtful the things that she does. Like I've said before, a lot of these people are literally standing on the edge of a cliff because of depression and things that they're going through in their real life with their jobs or whatever. Like with Letitia, you know, she's being bullied so much that it's affecting her job now. And that's not fair at all. She has literally refunded every single person that has asked for a refund. That was double checked to make sure that they actually did send a refund. Every single person except for one person has been refunded now. So I ask those people that say they didn't get paid back or whatever, show it, because every single person except for one, which she's working on, the final person now, has been refunded their money as of today. And I know that because I actually asked Letitia about it. And also KJ, like, you're so vile that you went and put out this video today of that Wynette took in private, sent to you, and told you, please don't put this out. Please, 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 please don't put out anything. I've sent you videos pictures, whatever. What do? You go and put out this video today, not knowing that Miss Wynette's mother died today. I'm sorry, but that is fucking vile. You need to think about things. Instead, you would rather get on your lives and talk trash, go on your Facebook. You want to talk about how all these other YouTubers are going live and spending hours doing this, that, and the other. But let's look at how long you spend on Facebook. You spend hours and hours and hours and hours a day on Facebook, posting things, editing them, redacting things, putting pictures up, I mean, that's stalker behavior. Like, you have literally like been stalking people like crazy. And now you want to talk about looking up Teaya on Pacer? I mean, how sick of a person do you have to be to do that? It's disgusting.
Hold on. Do you know if she has those messages where she told her not to make that public or give them to anybody?
I don't know if it was said in a message or if it was said like words wise, but if it was said in text messages, I'll be getting them.
Okay.
But I do know, because even before she put this out, she said as soon as she was done talking with KJ, she literally said, oh my gosh, I have sent her this stuff from when we went on our trip. And KJ wants to talk about how, oh, well, I don't dig. It's not like I ask them like a bunch of questions or anything like that. KJ, the whole reason that Marvon Sr. hung up on you was because you were like literally bombarding them with questions, to the point that like before they could even answer something, you would ask them the next question. I mean, you weren't even acting like you had a heart or anything. You were forgetting that you're talking to a couple, four people really, two different families that are dealing with this, and you can't even have enough heart to think, oh wait, is that proper? Should I ask that? Should I not ask that? Should I put this out? Should I not put this out? I mean, there's no point for you to have put out that video knowing that it came to you in private. Knowing you probably wanted proof or something that they'd been there, and that's probably why they ended up sending it to you, because you literally make everybody look like they're pieces of crap, when in reality you're the one person who is a piece of shit on YouTube. I'm sorry, but I'm just going to call it like it is. I mean, to put out text messages and you want to say that other people are bad and evil, but yet that's what you are. Normal people don't put out text messages and videos that were sent to you in private. You want to try to compare it to what Dre did. Dre put this stuff out in public, okay? These were sent to you in private. These weren't blasted on the internet.
Right.
The only reason that you put it out now is because you're trying to flip the narrative. You're trying to get Dre to come closer to you. You're trying to reach out to her mods, which you clearly did on your one of your most recent lives. If one of your mods or your admins would reach out and talk to me, like, seriously, I hope that Dre's mods and admins like send you a text with their middle finger, because that's what you deserve. You don't deserve to be able to talk to Dre, her mods, or her admins.
Right.
I hope they don't forget what you did and what you said, because at the end of the day, you're the only person that called Dre a schmurderer. So, I mean, not only that, but you want to talk about how all of this, oh, well, I had to bring it out because it had to do with fraud and this, that, and the other. Okay, well, KJ, you're the person who pulled the record. So by pulling the record, you should have been able to see that it was in 1994 that this stuff happened. 1994. And then she went to prison in 1997. And then you want to try to talk about how, oh, well, Vaughn was adopted by his grandma. Well, do you know what happened, KJ? Did you even think to ask what happened with that? Because it happened when Letitia was in jail, not prison, jail. When she was in jail, her grandmother put an ad out making it look like she had no idea where Letitia was, when she did know where Letitia was. And then she went to court. Go ahead.
Whoever sent me this email telling me to go to Prayers for Vaughn group to see these messages, I'm not a part of that group. So if you are, you can accept me. Like, I'll request to be a part of that group, but I'm actually not a part of it. So there's no way I could see the messages. But if you want to, have them accept me, I will look at the messages and show them on this live, but it would have to be very quick because I'm not going to be on here much longer. But I'm not a part of that group.
So basically, when Letitia was in jail, she found out that all this stuff had happened, and she didn't even know to go and fight for custody of Vaughn because she wasn't made aware of it. And in regards to her daughter not being adopted, that's because her daughter made more of a stink about things when things started to happen, and she was raising her voice more. Vaughn had a very good relationship with his grandfather, and he was comfortable where he was. So if you're going to talk about things, at least put the facts out, because it sounds like you don't know a lot of them. And you're just trying to steer this narrative to try to make all these like people look bad, and then trying to say, well, in the beginning, I did call Dre that, but that's because I was fed, misinformation, or I was manipulated or whatever. No, KJ, I'm sorry, but you have eyes. You were able to see things exactly like everybody else did. Remember, you were the person who said on your live that you had like hundreds of videos or thousands of videos or pictures or whatever, and that it was so much stuff you couldn't even go through it. And it's funny that you're trying to get Dre's mods to talk to you and the admins to talk to you and stuff, but yet do you forget that you're the one who proudly talked about getting information for the girls' father so that they could help take custody away from, so he could help get custody? I mean, I hope that Dre has paid attention to all of this.
Listen, that is exactly why I continue and will continue to do these live streams. Like I said, it's not about clout, because I just don't think that it's about getting clout on KJ. Obviously, there's a lot. It's brought me to a lot of amazing people, and I'm very, very grateful to the people that I've met because of this. But I'm sorry, Dre, and I have spoken directly to her, even though I have critiqued her videos. I have never, and no other creator has ever called her the M word. M as in mom. No one has ever accused her of taking out her husband except for Katie. So I'm telling you that it would be a very, very bad decision to ever cross paths with Katie. Stay away from her, stay far away from her. If you want to talk to a creator, talk to a creator that's not as obsessed with other creators like Molly and Justin. Talk to a creator that maybe hasn't talked about this at all. You know what I'm saying? But to talk to Katie is a huge mistake, because all you have to do is go look on her Facebook, and she has divulged all personal information about everyone involved. Miss Letitia, Miss Juanette, Marvin Sr., like Molly. Okay. The only person that she has not done anything really except for today is Justin. She has put out so much personal information. If you think the first thing that she says in that post that I just read in the beginning of my live stream, she literally said, I won't tell, you can remain anonymous. I'm just trying to reach out to somebody who's involved with Dre, one of her admins. I'm talking about admins, Dre, whoever. She is the last person that you will ever want to be involved with, because if she can do this to Miss Letitia, she can do this to anyone. It doesn't matter who it is. She doxes people. She is the first person that put out Dre's address publicly. She's the one who doxed Dre. Now, I'm not saying for sure that she was the first person who did it, but she's the one who put the police records up publicly and didn't redact it. And it had Dre's address on it. This woman does not care about anything else except for seeking revenge on Molly and Ms. Letitia, and she's trying to use Dre or her admins to do it, because she has this personal vendetta, because she can't handle rejection. And I'm just saying right now that she is the last person that you will ever want to talk to. Talk to somebody different. There's many creators out there, many creators. And there are a lot of creators who are very biased and do not say anything really bad about Dre at all. Talk to them creators. But Katie is the last person that you would ever want to talk to. She's dangerous. And I'm not saying that because I dislike Katie. I'm saying it because I've watched it happen for years. And she continues to do it over and over and over again. And she's not going to stop with you, with Dre or her admins. She'll just keep doing it. So if you reach out to her, all I'm saying is that it's only going to end in your demise. Period.
Absolutely. Yeah. She literally does stuff in order to take the spotlight off of her. If she makes a mistake, then it's so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. Or, you know, if something ends up happening and she's proven wrong with something, then she just deflects from it. I mean, KJ she really just needs to think about life and the people that are in it. You know, you would think that of all people that KJ would understand just how precious life is, since she's almost lost her own son. I mean, I wonder why KJ can't just look in the mirror sometimes and think, if I died tonight, how would people remember me? Would people remember me for being a kind, caring, giving person, or for being an evil, spiteful, vindictive bitch? Because you never know what can happen. And, you know, it would be sad, because I hate to say it, but I think a lot of people would look at that and think, oh my gosh, you know, look at all the stuff that she's done online. And, you know, KJ, you want to say, oh, Molly said you weren't trustworthy. Well, that's because you aren't trustworthy. Look at what you've done. You've literally, just with Miss Wynette's stuff that she gave you, I mean, I'm sure you're going to put more out because that's what you do. And the more you do that, I hope that people who actually follow you and who have supported you, I hope they look at that and go, whoa, this is different. This is like mean. And this is not informative. Like, this was given to Katie in private and told to be kept private. But because you're disgusting and vile, you choose to put it out, and you do it again on the day that Miss Wynette's mother has died. And I'm sure that you know, you probably won't apologize for it, because we all know that you don't apologize. And, you know, you talk about how your trolls don't let you be a mom. Are you freaking kidding me, KJ? Your trolls don't let you be a mom? It's your online life that doesn't let you be a mom or a wife. Your online life literally keeps you away from doing so many different things.
And all you do is dehumanize every single person that you come in contact with. And now you're trying to dehumanize Ms. Letitia, Molly, all of the people who are involved or talking about this story. You're trying to dehumanize them. And I don't understand why you don't understand that these are real people. These are real lives that you're messing with here. And you don't know the emotional trauma that people have went through and what you could possibly do to push those people over the edge. You don't care about those things. You don't stop and think about those things. And that's the problem. Any person that I have ever spoken with that covers you, KJ, the first thing that they say is she's dangerous. But you don't understand that because you don't look at people like they're real people. You look at people like they're some characters in a freaking reality TV show. And that's not how it works. This is not a reality TV show. This isn't the Duggars. You're not sitting here talking about the Duggars and talking about their life. And you even forget the Duggars. You even forget that the Duggars are real life people. You forgot that Janelle was a real life person. Anybody that you come in contact with, you just don't understand that everyone is all these people that you are meeting, that you are collabing with, they're real life people that have real life problems, and they don't need someone like you adding on to their problems. There are so many people out there who have done horrible things to themselves because of the internet, and you're dangerous because you bully people. And you just don't know where somebody's at, where their mindset is at. You don't know what kind of trauma they endured. That's why you are a trauma vulture, in my opinion. Just like with Miss Teaya, she is in a vulnerable state right now. And that's why you look so pathetic. You're talking about Justin looks pathetic. No, you look pathetic. All he did was come into your chat and say hi or hey. And you literally flipped out on him. You think that makes him look pathetic? No, sweetheart, that makes you look pathetic. You can't even put your differences aside for 1 second to just say, hey, because you know what? As I've said, and I'll continue to say, jealousy is a very, very powerful emotion. And because you thought that this was going to be your case and you were going to cover this case and you were going to be the lead person that's getting all the views and getting new subscribers, it didn't work out for you. Move on. Leave this family alone. And it's not that you're not hold on. It's not that you're not leaving this family alone, because at the end of the day, you still keep accusing them of being frauds. Okay, go ahead.
And that's going to come back and bite you, because at the end of the day, you are literally putting thoughts in people's minds, and you're not even saying like, in my opinion, or, you know, for the first time ever in one of your posts, like yesterday or the day before, you finally edited it. So at the very end, it said, well, I'm not saying there's any fraud, or I don't have any proof of any fraud, but I'm just saying that things seem like, you know, funky or whatever. Like, that's the first, and of course you put it on a thing that has like 10 different paragraphs of information at the very, very, very bottom, hoping that people wouldn't see it, just so that when you do get in trouble, you can go, oh, but look at what I did. Look at what I put out. Well, you know what, KJ, you've already said numerous times, you've already been caught numerous times by people where you've literally, when people have said, but wait, I don't think, and you respond back and say, open your eyes, request a refund. I mean, you can't even think enough before you say something to realize that saying open your eyes when we're talking about Vaughn is pretty disgusting. But you're so stupid, you probably didn't even think about that before you said it. And you're like Tia's saying, like the jealousy and stuff like that is disgusting. It's like seeping out of your pores. Your obsession with Molly right now. I mean, I'm sorry that Marissa makes good money and she gets to spend it on what she wants and donate it where she wants. And because where you're at in your position, you're the breadwinner, so you have to take care of everything. Marissa can, if she wants to buy her son a car that she's been saving up money for, she can do that. If she wants to buy herself a new pair of heels or a new handbag, she can do that. I mean, go ahead.
Just like you keep conveniently leaving out that Miss Letitia works too. You keep acting like people are relying that there's huge frauds and they're relying solely on this GoFundMe and they're collecting money from this GoFundMe and getting rich off this GoFundMe. You sound ridiculous, because at the end of the day, Miss Letitia works as well. I've heard her mention plenty of times that that's how people know her, because she works her ass off. She works her ass off to get the things that she wants. So you're acting like she has to depend solely on this GoFundMe. That's not the way that it works. You are 100% the one who looks pathetic. Nobody looks pathetic but you. And you cannot get mad, just like with Cece. You literally threatened Cece with your attorney. You literally threatened her. You're threatening people and talking about, oh, I know Miss Letitia doesn't have an attorney because an attorney would tell her to be quiet. She hasn't said anything bad. She really hasn't talked that much. And another thing, just like I said once before, and I'll say it again, if you have attorneys, why are you still doing the shit that you're doing?
Exactly.
I don't care what anybody says. These things that you're doing right now, KJ, can be used against you. People can pay attention to that. They can send it as proof of how you treat people, how you put people through this type of thing, when, especially like when they're going through trauma and you attack people at their most vulnerable. You think people can't take this and use it against you in court? You're crazy. Yes, they can. If you were smart, you wouldn't be doing this. You would be laying low. You wouldn't be doxing people and putting out private information and then having somebody, even if it was somebody else saying that they're going to look me up on Pacer, you should have had it deleted. Even if it wasn't you yourself, you still allowed it to be in your comments.
She does this stuff because she tries to instill fear in people. That's how she works. She tries to scare people away from using their voice. That's like when she sent Cece the email, and then at the bottom she said, "Oh, so and so, I'm sending you this too," as if Cece's going to give two shits about what you send your attorney. Like, that was clear for everybody to see exactly what you were trying to do. You were trying to silence her from creating a video about you. And what you're doing now is you're literally trying to put out anything that you think could be harmful, hurtful, like scary for somebody, so that they will stop talking. But you know what? All you're doing is you're making more and more and more people see exactly who you are. Like, your deflection is just, I mean, it's unbelievable what you do. It is literally like, I mean, you should really see a psychologist.
And your projection is out of this world too. And you're not going to scare people you can't silence people. Just no more than people can silence you. No more than people can stop you from defaming everyone else. Okay. But eventually things happen. You will get karma. It is what it is. Karma's a bitch. And you may not have gotten it with the Tati case, but eventually your ways are going to catch up with you. You can't silence me, that's for sure. I'm not afraid of you. Nobody's afraid of you. And not only is it showing your true colors, but you're also making people more enraged. That's what you're doing.
Exactly. She wants to talk like in the live about, oh, well, these are the places that I donate to. Well, KJ, you have, 246K people right now, subs and bot subs, in my opinion. And you want to talk about fundraisers, but yet you only need 10,000 subs to do a YouTube fundraiser. You could literally do a YouTube fundraiser for missing and exploited children. But you know why you don't do that, and why you just attach these fundraisers to your post on Facebook? In my opinion, you do it because you want to show that you're, caring about these fundraisers. And so you attach them on there. They have $0. Like, you can't even donate $50 to get it started. And I feel like you won't do a fundraiser on YouTube because you feel like if you do that, people won't give you money. They won't give you stars. They won't give you super chats. They won't pay for your memberships or whatever. People see that. They see what you're doing.
They see everything. And I know that there may be some people, and you can sit there and talk about Charlotte and people are getting clout off of your name. Sweetheart, that's not what it is. People are getting clout off of your behavior. Sorry, it's just the truth. There are so many people out there who try to bring awareness to your behavior and how dangerous you are. That's all. That's just like myself, like I'm sure Charlotte, Llama Girl, all of these people are just like, she's dangerous. I've heard so many people say that, and you're dangerous because mental health is real. Mental health is real. And you attack people and you don't know their mental state. You don't know their mindset. You don't know what they're going through. And then sometimes you do. For example, with people like Miss Letitia and Ms. Juanette, who just lost her mother today, and you put out that video, which I knew you were going to put out that video. I knew you were, but I was hoping that you wouldn't, but I knew you would put out that video. But the point is, you putting out that video, do you think that that somehow makes you look good? And you may not care what other people think, but putting out that video only continues to show people who you truly are. And then you have the audacity to sit there and say that this is the same thing they're accusing Dre of, and they shouldn't have done that. What are you talking about?
That's way different.
Dre did this publicly. Everything about Dre's life was publicly. They sent you this video privately, and you put it out for the world to see. There's a big difference between the two.
But if anything, KJ is acting just like Dre.
Right. And the fact that you sit there and you try to excuse that and sit there and use that to get to Dre. You use that because you're hoping that Dre will contact you or one of her admins will contact you. That's exactly why you freaking said it in the post. But if they're smart, they will not contact you. You are the last person that anybody should deal with. And even though I may not have liked the things that Dre has done, I care about her enough to say, stay away from you.
Agreed.
Because every single thing that she would share with you or her admins would share with you, it will be public. Just like everything else that KJ has done to everybody else.
Yeah, it's funny because when she brings up the business tour, like during her live, she pauses for a second and looks around and she's thinking like, oh, I got to be careful how I say this, because she's the one who's literally stepped in on 7M and their income, Jessa Duggar and her income and her husband, Amy Duggar King and her income. So it's funny that she would all of a sudden start talking about a business and tortious interference and stuff like that when she's the one who's literally gone at people and affected their income. Like,
and it's what's crazy the most, KJ, is you can sit there and say to Cece, oh, she's jealous of me because I have this many subscribers, but you would think you learned by now by Emily Baker. Because you talk so much shit about Emily Baker. She hasn't been on YouTube as long as you have, and she has passed you up tremendously. So just think about the creators that you're calling out and talking about, oh, they're never going to get anywhere. And her whole live stream was boring. And they're just jealous of me about how many subscribers I have. No, nobody's jealous of you because of that. Because half of these creators that report on you, Katie, will pass you up. They will, including myself.
Absolutely. And, you know, she keeps bringing up this now that she was caught yelling at her child, which there's numerous videos of this happening. And so it's like, oh, so-and-so said they yelled at their child today. So-and-so said they yelled at their child last night. So-and-so said that their children are in their 20s and she yelled at them today. Well, KJ, the difference is that most people don't have children with special needs.
Exactly.
And they, you know, because when people do have children with special needs, they don't go around yelling at them. You talk about how, you know, in one of your lives recently about the different color charts that you have and when things happen, and how one of the biggest ways that Vaughn calms down is by a hug. And I know I talked about this before, but when you said that, that literally broke my heart, because if your child is literally getting that much comfort from being hugged, that means that you're likely not hugging him enough. Yeah. And the night when your husband had to come down and you had to get off your live because he heard you talking about life expectancy. And so because you're talking about the name Vaughn so many different times, and you're not telling your son, oh, hey, by the way, I just want to let you know I'm covering a story about an older gentleman. This has nothing to do with you. So if you hear me talking about a Vaughn, I just want you to know, son, that I'm not talking about you. I mean, it's literally heartbreaking to hear that your son needs hugs and that
your son has special needs. There's a way, and you also said that he is autistic. There is a way that you deal with children like that. Every child is different, like I said last night. And just because this person yelled at their child or that person yelled at their child doesn't make it okay for you to, because every child is different and every parent has to handle their child accordingly. Just like my child has ADHD, so I have to be different with my approach with him than versus my other two. That's just the way that it works. So you using Britney Spears and saying Britney Spears was caught yelling at her kids, what does that have to do with you, KJ? It doesn't. Your child has medical needs and autistic, and you have to be different with a child that's autistic. You have to be careful with what you say around them. You have to be careful with all of those things. And as I say and will continue to say, just like how you sit there and talk about Charlotte and losing her kids, which there's a story behind that, and Charlotte's kids are grown, but regardless, you don't get to talk about other people's parenting, because at the end of the day, we don't know your parenting. We don't know anything about you. And just because other people may have gotten caught up as being a parent, You didn't, but that doesn't make you a better parent than anyone else, in my opinion. It just doesn't.
And again, KJ has to go to people's pasts. She has to go to see things that have happened in the past. It's KJ's present that is continuing to upset people because she doesn't change it. I mean, just like what she did with Wynette today, it proves that she's a spiteful, vindictive person and she doesn't care. She literally does whatever she wants in order to take the spotlight off of her when she's doing something wrong. Instead of just saying, you know what? I've made mistakes and I'm sorry, I'm going to change. She could have a great platform if she just stopped doing these things. You know, she has enough people that love the Duggars, that love the reality TV shows, that if she just stayed with that. But no, now that she's found Facebook and she's found out that she can make good money on there. I mean, I'm sorry, but you saying, if I just post a post with words on it, I don't get paid at all. Okay, well, you post videos and then you add stars to them and you've got memberships and all this stuff and you go live enough. I mean, I think you went live like 4 times yesterday. So it's not like you have any room to talk.
Every ad that comes on, every ad that pops up on her live, she's getting paid for that. She knows what she's doing and she knew what she was doing from the very beginning. And that's why she started going on Facebook. And her biggest goal for going on Facebook is to attract Dre's audience. That's why she wants Dre's audience. She wants all of those followers on Facebook. That's what you call them, followers. She wants to appease them so they'll come over to her. But that's not the way it works. Dre does have very, very loyal followers. And most of the people, even on Facebook, KJ can see right through you. That live stream, for goodness sakes, the live stream that you did yesterday, yelling at Justin just because he said, hey, all of the things that you said, I don't understand how someone can be have zero self-awareness to see how ridiculous you look. You just look ridiculous. How much you're trying to defame Molly, how much you're trying to attack so many people. You think people can't see that? And then you're blocking people left and right. And then you turn off your comments when your live stream is done. Why?
Right. And at the end, when she goes, well, I'm going to have to go because I'm tired. I'm sorry, but it was like all of a sudden a bunch of negative comments were coming through. And in my opinion, that's when she got offline. Plus, she wants to try to say that she thinks people come in on sock accounts or whatever, like the video prior to that you covered. She was like, I bet that was Molly. Molly. Dude, KJ, you're so freaking obsessed with Molly. It's disgusting. Like, just... I mean, it shocks me. I didn't think somebody could literally say Molly as many times as she says Molly in her videos. It's like, don't ever play the drinking game with the word Molly because you'll be smashed in like 15 minutes. I mean, she just, I just don't understand how she can have as many followers as she does when she can literally see them doing these like evil things. And, you know, she has to continue to bring up people's pasts when people have done things and they have apologized for them and moved on, but KJ has to pull them up and be like, oh, but look at me, I only got a DUI. Okay, but you got a DUI that you literally could have killed somebody. That doesn't, just because you didn't end up hurting somebody doesn't mean that you couldn't have. And again, what you're doing in your everyday life, going after people, making them like feel like, oh my gosh, can I even put up with this? Affecting people that then affects their job, having your minions call people's jobs and stuff like that. You can say all day long, like, oh, no, I don't do that. I don't call any place. My people don't do that. Bullshit. I call bullshit on that. In my opinion, you have lots of people that try to interfere with stuff. And even so, with having people in your comment section talk about looking up Teaya on Pacer, like, why do that?
Right. And when you get behind a wheel intoxicated, that's dangerous. Like, I don't care what you say. I'm sure a lot of people would rather have their past than to be anything like you, KJ. And that's just the truth. That is just the truth. All right. It is 4:00 here. So I'm going to end this. thank you for coming up. Thank you for, I think that's information. Everybody share out this video. I feel like it's important for people to know this. I will try to put some timestamps or something in this live stream. But so you heard what Goose said.
Yeah.
Let's see what Unirock has to say about that.
Absolutely. So thank you, Tia. And to the people who keep asking if I have a channel, I technically have a channel, but I haven't put out any videos yet. I do plan to create a channel for survivors for DV and SA and stuff like that, but I haven't done it yet. So just know that I will, and I'll let you guys know when I do. But for right now, I'm just trying to help Tia and everybody else with some other things first. So, all right. Thanks for having me up, Tia.
Thank you for coming up. All right, you guys. So I am going to end this. Normally, I'm more interactive, but it has been literally a crazy live stream. But I will continue to do this. When I seen that live, which that live happened while I was live covering her first live. So I didn't have time to do it yesterday. So I wanted to come on here and do it today. And I just got infuriated when I seen that she posted that video, because you guys, that video is private. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a private video that they sent to her. It has no comparison as to what Dre does or what Dre has done. Dre is a public figure. She made her whole life public, like the damn Ace family. She was a vlogger, you might as well say. So that doesn't compare to somebody sending you that privately. And it just makes me so mad that she took that video and used it just so she can contact Dre. That's why she did it. She did it so she could somehow try to grab Dre's attention or one of her admin's attention. So thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks, Tia, for your calm and assertive and fair coverage. You do an amazing job. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you. And it means a lot to me. Is it Kit Kat? Thank you so much. I love you. That means a lot. But I think ultimately that video just made me mad. Once I seen that, I'm like, and then now everything I'm saying and other people are saying is coming true. We see very blatantly now that she's trying to get on Dre's good side. And we see that, and it's gross. It's disgusting to watch. So if you don't like the commentary or whatever, you don't have to watch me for commentary. I do have a true crime video coming up that's going to be very interesting. But you guys are amazing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for believing in me. I genuinely appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Thank you to my amazing mods for coming through tonight, as usual. And thank you to all of you. Thank you to the new members. Welcome. So we can do some members only live streams very soon. And thank you to all of you. You guys are amazing. And I feel very, very happy and humble to have you guys all here and care about what I have to say. So, and also thank you to Molly for the shout out. So I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day/night, wherever you are. And thank you, Laura. Is it Hisson? Thank you so much for the super sticker, beautiful. And I love your picture, by the way. It's very, very pretty. Thank you. And I will seriously, I just cannot stand that woman. I just can't. She is just a horrible, horrible woman. That's all I can say. All right. I love you guys so much. And I will see you guys probably tomorrow or the next day for sure. Have an amazing rest of your night. And subscribe before you leave if you haven't already. Press the thumbs up button or the thumbs down, whatever. It's all interaction, but it does help when you press the thumbs up button, so that it gets your video into the algorithm so more people can see it. And that's it. Deuces. Love y'all. Don't mind my nails. Deuces. I'm going to play the outro and have an amazing night, all of you. I love you. Bye.
I can feel feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could take